We are live. How exciting. It's definitely going to be an interesting Intervallo. There's quite a few fairly, distinct facets of it that seem to be, super major, so it's going to be interesting how they go about doing that, right? Because there's the Blade Lineage stuff, there's the Distortion stuff, and then there's the Meursault stuff. And we don't really know how major the Meursault stuff is going to be. I guess just Corp in general stuff. And, S-Corp's gonna be pursuing Blade Lineage to some degree. I'll have to see whatever Kim's deal is at this point. My plan will probably end up just being to, I'll do some polls, and if I get the ID, I'm probably going to skip the upside story, because I feel like I probably shouldn't see it until after. But who knows. The new format for the ID showcases on the Mondays is very odd. We'll see. Regardless of what happens, the plan is going to be run Blade Lineage, and see how that goes, right? Even if I don't get the new ID, I'll still have enough event currency multiplier to max it out by running 6 Blade Lineage IDs. And so I should be able to get Honglu in a reasonable enough time and see how it looks. It's interesting to see a bunch of the numbers and stuff. The Meursault ego is definitely very interesting. I'm not sure how it's going to go off, but the fact that it's going to turn him into a bleed unit just simply by being equipped and doesn't even need you to actually use it in order to trigger that effect is a very funny gimmick. Makes me wonder if they're going to end up doing more stuff like that in the future, who knows. I don't know. Most ideas that would get an ego to pair with them, I feel like wouldn't get an ego to pair with them, right? I don't think they're going to give us a regret ego for Faust at this point. Yeah, regret ego for Faust that turns it into a hybrid tremor. I don't even know what you could add to it. I don't know, just make it sinking or something. I don't know. We'll just see if this pseudo synchronization gimmick ends up being a mainstay or if it's something you're just trying out here. Definitely makes me wish they just incorporated some way to do not even necessarily up to high 5, but some sort of way to power up older units that just, I don't know, cost a new currency or something. There's definitely ways they could go about doing it, I feel like. Because they very clearly want to buff old units sometimes, but they very clearly don't want to do it outright, so they always find the most roundabout ways to do it. Stuff like the Kurokumo is getting, Ishmael, which just gives the rest of the team weird buffs. It's definitely odd. Hello. Intervallo in 11 minutes. Just a week away. Just 11 minutes away. Let's see if the update's gone through yet. I feel like it's usually a 6 minutes before type of thing for the updates, but you never know. Yeah, no update yet. Came to see Kim clean some bones? Indeed. Wonder if we're gonna end up getting Ongdu or Kim as an assist unit for some of this Intervallo. They do love their assist units, and we got Kira last Intervallo. We got so much in Canto 9. They've been leaning into it a bunch more, and they might continue it. I wouldn't be surprised. We'll see. Because my guess is that the Distortion is going to be the boss, right? Because that's the most likely thing. They love making it so every Canto, or every season, I should say, that has 2 intervallos, like, the bit they always do is 1 non-fathoms and 1 with the fathoms. So I assume this time it will be with the fathoms. They've been following this trend so much, and like going into the fathoms of the Distortion makes the most sense. So that seems pretty likely, I want to say. Not sure. But like the S-Corp stuff's probably going to be like mid-bossy. I wouldn't be surprised if they end up being like the kind of thing where they're like the elite node in the dungeon floor. I guess we're going to get a bunch of random garbage from the mirror dungeon floor, huh? We'll have to see how that ends up going. They usually have interesting stuff at the floor. The Blade Lineage stuff that like the Blade Lineage actually get from Yield My Flesh to claim their bones in Mirror Dungeon is a little weird. And it's also like stuff that exclusively requires you to actually be running a Blade Lineage team. Can't use it in a solo or something because it's all like 3+. So you mentioned them hunting Distortions, yeah. It definitely seems like there's one we're going to be hunting primarily, but don't know how that's going to end up going in specifically. We've got, you know, the part of the LCD, the, what are they called? Yeah, the OSIR team. Check in empty, yeah. We still have 8 minutes to go until the actual, Intervallo happens. It's par for the course. A lot of people are more focused on actually playing with Intervallo themselves, right? I'm kind of curious about this Meursault ego as well. I wonder if, like, the Mnestic experience, like, floor will have this Abno as an Abno event. Because it's not like it's impossible for us to have actual Abnos be floor specific, right? Cozy Bed's kind of like the prime example of that. It can only be found on Miracle and District 20 Bokak despite being an actual Abno. It'll be interesting if we do end up seeing it there. It's weird, that's for sure. That it's an Abno that has definitely like some visual similarities, but it's also like culturally fairly distinct from Bamboo Hadakim. Is the thing still on? Oh, it might be. I'll make sure it's not. Okay, cool. Luckily I can change that without needing to actually... well, I can change that during maintenance. Let's see. How's the update gone through yet? Oh, that is the wrong... I was like, what do you mean last update March 11th? No, I accidentally clicked on Lob Corp. Nothing yet. It is 6 minutes before, though. You carry himself through mirror dungeons? I don't know if it'll necessarily carry it, but it means that he counts as Blois now, which means he's a lot easier to fit into teams, and, we'll have to see how much the ego ends up costing. It is cheaper to use the first time, but that sort of thing is kind of weird in mirror dungeons, because fights in mirror dungeon are shorter for the most part. It's not until you get to, like, the extreme floors, really, and a couple of the other floors where it gets long enough that ego's passives become something to really worry about. It's really going to depend a lot on how easy it is to use the ego early on. In Mirror Dungeon, you'll have, like, basically infinite ego resources most of the time, especially because it'll probably be mainly Pride, so especially if you're running a Blade Lineage team, or if you have Grand Welcome, you're going to be very set. I just hope that some of the new Mirror Dungeon stuff will, give buffs that don't require you to have the Blade Lineage team synergy, because it's always funny when they give us stupid ego gifts that don't actually require certain teams, namely looking at Enter the BB and how stupid that ego gift is. Because that's a crazy ego gift. Like, all blunt attacks have healing, you can gain coin power by just having counter skills that go unused, you inflict bleed whenever you get hit, and that's like, and then there's also the actual, like, middle side of things. Hello. 4 minutes to go. Cool. Almost time. Just a wee bit more. Blade Feathers, yeah, like the Blade Dancer. It seemed pretty likely at first. I have for a long time really believed that that Blade Dancer is an actual abnormality and not something necessarily tied to the Fathoms. And a lot of that's because we know things that are like Mirror Dungeon floor exclusive stuff can be actual abnos, right? Cozy Bed's kind of like the main example. Because despite being floor specific, it is an actual abno. It's not like purely some like mirror creation like some of the other events very clearly are. And I feel like most events like most floor specific theme pack events do very clearly read as being not abnos. When I was saying the speed one, yeah. Those are the most popular ones. They blew up, that's for sure. Pretty hype. I'm curious how some of the numbers on the Ishmael are going to be, too. Because her gimmick definitely seems that she can build up a lot of the status effect. So I wonder, like, how much it's going to take. I wonder if it'll be, like, a 20 or something. And she gets, like, a chunk of it back whenever she actually uses the special skill, so... The, God, I'm never gonna, like, learn the name of the status effect. The funny Ishmael status effect that is... Let's see. Yeah, Mook Workshop Yi Stance 2 Blade Draw Thrust Force Dokebi Fire. Yeah, that's just the name of the one status effect. Mook Force Yi Stance 2 Blade Draw Thrust Force Dokebi Fire. Like, they could have absolutely come with a better name for that. I don't know. Surely. You pulling for them? I'll do some pulls. Not gonna worry too much. If I get them, that'd be cool, but I'm not too worried, especially since Wallop is probably in, like, a month. If I do get the Ishmael, I'll probably just skip the Uptie story, because I think it's best to leave Uptie stories till after events for the most part. I don't know, the Blade Lineage, like, I remember, like, the original Blade Lineage Yield My Flesh Claim Their Bones event, like, you just kind of learn the entirety of Kim's backstory in the Meursault Uptie story, like, in more detail than you actually learn in the Intervallo itself. So it's right just to skip it and come back to it later. Hongmu New ID isn't bind? It's a bit of bind, isn't it? I don't think it's, like, crazy, but it does have that various speed controls type thing. Okay, cool. It is time. Very nice menu screen, of course. 3 gigabytes. Fun. Can't say I'm surprised, but... It is time. Get in there and see what's going to be happening. Yeah, it'll take a second to go through this. I'm not shocked. It looks like I might be dropping a bunch of frames because of it. A little bit. It happens. Then Railway? Yep. I have. It's a lot of fun. Definitely, I think it's the best Railway we've gotten. Which is very nice after a couple of ones that, like, weren't necessarily bad, but weren't anything super crazy. This Railway had quite a bit of challenge, a lot of fun mechanics to have to deal with. Very nice stuff. Railway 2 Bokgak's gonna be something else. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, though. That's... I mean, it's very possible that's in 2 weeks. What I think I see most people speculating is that in 2 weeks, we're gonna get Railway 2 Bokgak alongside, like, Thumb Duo. How many turns? 95. Pretty comfortably below the limit for the decorations. Yeah, so Railway 2 had an endless mode type thing where you kind of keep on looping if you wanted to. And that's, of course, being brought back. I've got no idea how that's going to end up functioning in the modern ecosystem. I don't know. Railway 2 released at a very different time in the game's lifespan. It was a lot. The power levels increased so much since then that I'm not sure how it's going to go down. And I think there's a good chance they end up reworking a lot of mechanics of it otherwise, because Railway 2 definitely was a bit of a slog. A lot of repeated fights. Yeah, you do 5 cycles, but each one would be longer than the last. Like, the first cycle would be, like, just 3 fights, then you'd do, like, 4 fights, and then, like, 5 fights, and then, like, 6 fights, and then you'd do, like, 10 fights for the final cycle. Honestly, I think the cycle bit would be fine if it actually, like, increased a decent amount each time. It just kind of was a bit of padding, though, at the end of the day, right? That was really too, yeah. Because it's a lot of refighting the exact same thing is. Had some cool bits. Unfortunately, like, the best fights were the ones you only got to do once, like Sign of Roses and Wayward Passenger. Because those you'd only get access to in the final cycle. They really should have had Wayward Passenger on the second to last cycle instead of only on the last one. It's definitely a good challenge, of course. %, okay. We're making progress. Looks like the stream shouldn't be lagging too much, though. That's nice. Was worried it might a bit, but we're good. Plays until you need for the banner again? For which one? If you mean for Railway 6, it's 111 turns for the banner, which is a lot. You can get, there's a lot of wiggle room. Like, I had, like, an awful Yinglong fight, and I was still comfortably below. Rain not working? If you try restarting Steam if you're on Steam, if it's not working. Sometimes you need to restart Steam so it actually knows that the update's ready, and then it'll actually go through with it. I say this, but it's very possible there's just server issues going on right now, for all I know. Who can say? You need to wait for Apple to approve the update? Yeah, it makes sense. How many fights in Railway 2? Oh, how many fights was it? I don't know how many fights were in Railway 2. It's a bit. Originally every 5 minutes. Checks out. Let me turn the music off. Since we need to wait for it to download resource. It's like done. I remember when back in the day it would just go through like every little thing and it would tell you like what it was downloading at each time instead of just downloading it like all at once. Very funny. Makes a lot more sense for it just be one bar mostly and then just a tiny little bar at the end. I need to turn the music on, I've got it off. Hey, Ishbel, give me my money. Thank you. Do not modulize. I thought about it. Pipe. Mnestic experience. Hong lose 1,000, of course, as is customary for the 3 stars. Yeah, give me those. Yeah, I'll just pulse. I've got some tickets still, don't I? Might as well. And if I get nothing after like 30 pulls, like that's fine. Yeah, I'm doing fine on Lunacy. Okay, at least you give me something, surely. Send more, send it back. Okay, there's something. Oh, that's the announcer. And potentially the ID? Cool. That's nice. Glad to see it. Ooh! That was a jump scare. That's Kim?
귀하들의 전투는 늘 낭부를 불러오지. 기대하겠네.
어디 기록 좀 볼까?
I see.
이건 또 다 뭐냐?
Sure. That's like the biggest like scare I've ever had in Limbus. He's just a guy. I think it's funny. I think I'm definitely skipping this uptie story. Maybe down. See, on-site investigative reasoning. Okay. That's what OSIR is. On-site investigative reasoning. Makes sense. Yeah. I'll read that later. Don't want to know now. I don't think I've been spoiled enough already. He's just a guy. Like, that's crazy. Okay, let's look at the Schmills kit. I need to... Oh, I see. Right, I've got that team selected. Kind of have my actual team ready. I don't have the ego, which means Meursault is not going to get his upscale, but, like, I think that's probably fine. Okay, yeah, max X 20. Attack end. Gain 1 once per turn. That is a weird gimmick to have. That means it kind of reminds me of like DHA Mer, like the sort of thing where like the skill 1 only gives the buff once per turn, so you don't really get a lot of benefit from using it multiple times per turn when you're multi-slotted. Max 2 once per turn. 1 once per turn, I see. And yeah, she gains like more of it on crit there. Sure is claiming her bones. 1 slash fragility, yeah. How does the lucent rippling flame look? Yeah, it consumes all of it, then gains 3 of it back. Assuming you crit, that is. How crit positive? How poise positive is she in general? Poise neutral or count neutral? Count neutral. And then does one of these give her poise? Oh yeah, okay. Combat end. The DKB arms gives poise count. And you gain it whenever there's... Yeah. Pride res. And you only below half gain 1 assist defense. Ooh. Could be funny antics here if you pair her with like a She or Yo branch ID and just have them set to be below half and you just always get assist defense with her. It's pretty funny. You will need to get the Pride res though, and none of those factions are good at Pride res, so don't know about that. Who knows? Maybe one of the new Hero Gifts is going to cap late Lineage IDs at 50%. Okay. Looks cool. That's so scary. Kim just looks like that. Oh, hi. We get a look at Corp here. And it is Merchant Universe now. Funny. I guess the one thing is like... God, it's so weird. I don't know. Probably good enough to just jump straight into it. I guess I should look at the Merigo, actually. Kasunde. It's, yeah, 1 Wrath, 1 Envy, 4 Pride. First time in the counter, Blade Lineage Meursault, it's only 3 Pride to use this Ego. Like, you can turn 2 this, like, in every fight. Like, even if you're, like, in normal encounters. Like, that is nice. Yeah, always effective. Gets the bleed effect, and on use, gets this stuff. In 1 drink to the Fallen, max at 4. Yeah, checks out. Turn and lose 1 stack, even points for every stack, and 2 points for every stack instead. Base skills do more damage based on crit. Clash power, yeah. And you're in the... As long as you have Drink to the Fallen, you have Resentment State. So, whenever you use the Ego, you gain 4 of it. So you get 4 turns worth of, Resentment. And Resentment is, you know, speed up, that sort of thing. Healing on hit. Yeah, and this bit is... These additional, like, kind of revive type thing is once per battle, as expected. Heal Drink to the Fallen times 25% HP is interesting. And it activates after passive, so it'll be after, like, his actual Pride res, like, Unrelenting. Okay. Certainly looks cool. Let's just get into it. Consultation session. Ooh, we're gonna have the Meursault consultation now? Are we gonna do something else random? No, wait. For this one, we should go about it like... No, Heathcliff's been in the Vanguard for too long. I should pull back and let him... Dante. Huh? Oh, sorry. Did you say something? I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is Senescon performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad, but just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. Top of that, Roja's shopping chatter is starting to get a little distracting. A few days after we entered Corp's district, the bus pulled over in the back streets of Corp to take care of a distortion case. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but Distortions suddenly started cropping up all over an area of the back streets called Butter Street, without any coherent pattern. No obvious points of origin or route of spread, nothing convenient like that, and no choice but to split the centers into several groups and send them out. Oh, we split them up again? Height. Otis Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yusong, and Meursault were on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. That's like... I mean, it's an almost full Blade Lineage team. Oh, no, it is a full Blade Lineage team. Yeah, it's just missing Faust. Right. Since we do have 7 Blade Lineage IDs now, this is all of them. Except Faust would also be here. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Honglu were suppressing distortions that had shown up from other directions. And with our onboard stock scraped from down to the bottom, Roja and Ryoshu, who were done with their share of the suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I've been putting off, and thought I might as well get myself some much-needed practice with handling the new golden bow power I'd acquired. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has, on several recent occasions, expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those incidents should be classified as a mere personal grievance. You know, like when the center is split up. I think it's really cool. I don't know how I feel about it when it's pushing for you to use certain IDs. I like how Canto 9 does it because, like, it's not very obviously like, oh yeah, you should use this team for this fight, that sort of thing. I think if it were literally just going to be sent to be, like, stuck with the 6 centers that have the Bleed Lineage IDs, then I feel like that's kind of pigeonholing it a little bit too comically. But it's not that big of a deal. I mean, it's good if that's all there is to it, but it was not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. There have been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought, moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. Could it be, you can't access the Gesellschaft? May I ask your basis for that interference? Inference, not interference, God. Because you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. It appears there remains occasions in which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So I was right. You really are cut off from the Gesellschaft. That was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Gesellschaft, it may as well be that she can't? I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Right. I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes, your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the reference pertaining to the recent events of the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. As such, should the influence of Ryoshu or Sword lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Yeah. Not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? Yep. It's happened a few times now. It's the third time now. I guess the Catherine one, like, didn't erase it from Heathcliff either, so... The Catherine one's a weird case entirely. It's very different because, stuff like the K-Corp is just to a single person's memory. Arayashiki is removing, like, the target from the world, but Catherine is the erasal from all mirror worlds. Like, Sora and Ren still exist in other mirror worlds, right? That's why stuff like the Dawn and the, like, Sinclair ID exist, I guess, but I guess that's not even necessarily true, because that's not the person who would be taking their spots. They really would be unaffected anyways if it worked anything like how Kathy worked. But regardless, it's been a lot of very similar but very different occurrences. I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. Why won't my old memories come back, though? Is it because of this clock head? Speculation based on your experience with the bus manager team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories manager. Inductive reasoning, conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongy would serve as an adequate analogy. Bongy? Yes, Bongy. Receiving feed increasing in body mass alone provided with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Even the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments in the head at the heat of the stove, its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. I see. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of your experience that you will have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey. That is, your allotted mission. Because treasure awaits at the end of the road. At the end of hell. And that treasure will give me back my memories and my head. Also, indeed, at the end of the road, you'll be able to engrave your aspect. Still have no idea what exactly that aspect means, or even whether it's an object, but if I know one thing, it's that the me from before all this began had wanted it badly. Obsessively, desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge. But when my memory is gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. And you're not going to tell me what it actually is, are you? the aspect, what it means, or why I wanted it so much. If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. I am unable to tell you. Pay it no mind. You're still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observations suggest you have yet to arrive at that level. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Otis' team is doing well in combat, even without my direct supervision, and Roge's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier, but that wouldn't give me the much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every sinner's status. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You would be able to cast a wider net with information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns. Right, and also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in, too. Even as I continue talking with Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they're doing. Yep, pulling heat through the rear is the right call. Don't see any injuries, team's still doing pretty well even without my directions. As for Roja, wait, did she just stuff all of the pastries and bread she bought into her pockets? How'd she manage that with a huge baguette? What about the other team? You haven't mentioned them yet. This group, let's see. It looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCD, then that guy over there must be... Hang on. Faust, there's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit, different from what I remember. Could you specify the issue? I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them, too. Let's end the consultation here. This is rather precipitous, Dante. If the incident is of a serious nature, perhaps a request for support from the LCC... No, it's not an incident. Though I wouldn't say it's not serious. Oh, God. If they make him, like, a goofball, it's gonna be so hype. And he certainly looks like a goofball. He sounds like a goofball. Rendezvous, yep. Checks out. Come on. This is going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Otis's command calls have been working out well enough. I'll give her that. We managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Why are you waving your hand all of it? Arm and hand signals? Huh? Well, what signals? What's swinging the arm sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know? It's scatter! So scatter! Crash. That was close. We almost got flattened. Even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary of military training would have recognized a hand signal that basic. Well, we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make boast us of a chivalric elegance. Yet when thou suddenly waves thine arm about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in that mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say. To think that of all the personnel on the team, only the Swabies are disciplined to interpret a basic field signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days, and realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. After all the observations all of you have been deployed under my lead, you're still also ignorant when it comes to non-verbal signals. I don't even think Dante would know those signals. Yep, might as well be splitting hairs. Literally. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Otis's instruction. We should disperse and withdraw. Oh boy. Hey, pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know to make one a heck of an entrance. There she is. Whoa, aren't you supposed to be cleaning out the distortions upstairs? Oh, finito, a million years ago. You guys were taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipience of a wellspring. Don't you worry your head about it. That's all after teams to take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? There's a very good reason Kaiman hates everyone, I think. And she's, like, the only person we've seen of the entire after team, and, like, she despises us, and I don't blame her. The force here landing neutralized lots of the distortions outside of the building. Great! Can you check on the distorted peeps' face and clothes? Their faces are all segmented. It makes my skin crawl. Not a pleasant sight. As for their attire... this one appears to be a sweeper, and that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. And this distortion I landed on, probably a local present, judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby with a bursting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie. You know what? Let's all head upstairs. This suppression request is kind of a pain. We'll need to put together a nice neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, sayest thou? How, was this not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Huh? Wait, did nobody brief you? This has often been the structure of our assignments. We're given instructions, we perform them, and only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task to which we have committed our hands. Really? Well, I guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. This time that dude, Mr. Bamboo-Hatted Kim's also here, so... Huh? He's okay now? Sure he is. You'll be surprised when you see just how okay he is now. But last time you said he was still under treatment. To be praised, I believe Miss Ongdu stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. Ah, that. You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. Creak. You have arrived. It's blinding. It's so bright. The midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Yet the warm tickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Because unlike this, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. Sure. They were like, yeah, we kind of need to include this line somewhere, don't we? Because this is the line that they used in the Arknights event. I guess they felt like saying it here. Then what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough for my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I'm yet to be accustomed to this machine. My first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. Activated of its own accord, and I have yet to discover this method by which it may be silenced. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something, or you, broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. But, Mentor, Lady was instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care. Yes, and that only works if you're savvy about the knack. Hang on, did you just say Mentor? I had not yet afforded a proper opportunity to introduce you to him. Him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade Lineage, who is all but a master upon whom I have apprenticed. Do you really have to dress it up like that? I told you I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Switch, where's the switch? Aha! Gotcha! I see. Alright. She's so done. Click. Goodness. Known as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Yes, that's me. Is she pleased to meet you, folks? Also, I know we've seen this before, but I love her ID so much. She's so small. God. All aura lost. That's incredible. I think that's the best thing they could do with Kim. Aura dat. What did it say on the top right there? Couldn't tell. Search for the inflection point. Bunch of photos in the background. That's cool. I think that's supposed to be Corp. Kind of has that look to it. Actually, no, it looks like all of these are. Yeah, it's got kind of that like cobblestone and like the big trees and like the buildings. Okay, so more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The Vampire Kid I remember was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he was distorted and sunken into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here is Bamboo-Hatted Kim? Yep, we double-checked with Ezra, and she said he really is the same guy. Oh, that fire on your head's not hot at all. Fascinating stuff. God. Can you... Okay, can we just check again, just in case? I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the solid, serious man whom we'd fought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. Is this... Actually, let me pull up the art book for Ruinel for a second. Because I'm starting to wonder, like, is this actually, like, the same Kim in there, or is this the other guy? Because I think he kind of looks vaguely like the other guy, right? I can pull it up real quick. Let me see. Oh yeah, here it is. I can throw this on the screen. So this, the thing that kind of strikes me about this guy is, if we look at these characters from, so like so originally in Ruina, Kim shows up, right? And like some like kind of random like nameless grunts for the Blade lineage. But in the art book itself, we can see some other characters, and we know the one on the right ended up being Ongdu, but I don't know. This guy isn't like super. He's kind of got like short, like dark hair, but like it's not really styled the same. I wanted to take a look at it because I was curious. Like, do we think like this guy's actually like him or something? But I don't know. I'm not super concerned on that, or I'm not super like convinced on anything like that. Just something I noticed. Further confirmation would be redundant, Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. I got a CG and T's claim their bunch of dies. Yeah, there was a guy that kind of looked like that there. I think I know who you're talking about. It's hard to say for sure, though. I've got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. Hongdu, just what exactly are you telling people out there about me? They're all staring like they've seen a ghost. I told them you are a gallant and formidable warrior mentor. But they don't like they've heard the most flattering things about me. There, don't you hear it? The faint undercurrent of disappointment in the ticking. I was told them that you're a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. Ongdu. Yes, mentor? That's a complete and utter lie. If you were to tell me that's something you could say about a guy who's a talker of me, don't you think? God, is the entire bit going to be that, like, he was just so sullen because he was, like, distorted and stuff, and, like, this is how he actually always is, and Ongju just kind of gasses him up? Hers forward, she can't see her without her forehead. She's going to... I was gonna say drown. I don't know. She's like suffocating. It's like the anime hair events, isn't it? Quite scary. Yet I spoke no falsehoods. Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you are much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him, so I refrain from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter. To even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name, and by mine by extension. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks. In any case... Oh, so you can't see anything if I block this part. Do tell. How many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes, you know. Your own folks, huh? You've already acknowledging accepted that you now belong to Limbus Company. Why didst thou not pay a visit to the LC? Fairly when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and touchable field of grass cleareth the storm of the heart. I asked that the company is expected to act in the company's interest. Yet, for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spider-Pyre. You will have to account for your absence in the mission. I was addressed Kim as though she were conducting a formal investigation, every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. What mission? Oh, that one. Kim finds seemed inclined to assume a much more serious suspicion. He stopped peering into my face and turned towards Otis. Although his hand was still on my head. Alright, clearly there's some disconnect in expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all that about hard, bothersome work. Get what I mean? Oh my god, this guy. There is this pretty stoic impression of the words coming out of his mouth. When he locks in, but when he's not locked in, he is like this, I guess. What? So let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout who's forced to do his job, with a frown too, I might add, only when he's absolutely got no other choice. I'm really not some big shot Ongdu's apparently been promoting me as, folks. And I'm pretty much like stuck getting roped and stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Fine, then why did you join the LCD in the first place? You'd rather be unemployed. No, never mind, they probably forced you to stay. You catch on quick, for they spotted this nonsense about distortions and all, then Force hired me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. At the end of the day, they were on about, what's his name, Golden Bow? Yes, they invited me on a tour to another department to listen in on some important presentation, and I accepted. I thought it'd be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. Ongdu, dear, there are times when your commitment to duty shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows, maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat, to shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. Do you mean to say that you're in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Lady has might have request for a pair of sunglasses from a mentor, only if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. Do you think we can afford, like, $5 sunglasses? God, that facial expression is great. That right there. That's what he keeps telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up a lot, you know. You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank while you still can, or you'll end up broke. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? I love how he keeps on just making a series of pained expressions throughout this. No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. No can't... Wait, what? My poor mentor has stated great discovery. I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants in the maze of stalls looking at the very best item, so I must beg this favor of you. You're giving me a friggin' headache, girl. I'm aware that you and yours are no stranger to such dealings. There's no one else I can trust to continue such a permit with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get you what you want. You were the gentle lady mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. It's crazy how it turns out that Ongdu's just been the crazy one this whole time. My apologies for interrupting you mid-conversation. Pray continue. You reached the part where they invited you to tour another department. No sooner Ongdu's words left than her eyes gleamed with something I couldn't really put my finger on, but it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Yeah. So that day, I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess. Let's say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company. Yeah. I suppose I do. Kim's gaze lingered on Ongdu's prosthetic arms as he answered. Oh, Miss Ongdu, your arms. Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Ongdu's brand new prosthetic arms. Last time we saw her, Ongdu had lost both her arms. I remember Rosa asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. Not just the arms, even her clothes are different now, and that sword. I had these arms fitted anew as soon as the observation was concluded. The gracious host and one of the LCD's teams had prepared them in advance. Someone who can, help with, mechanical stuff working with the LCD's teams? Nah. As much as I want to make the Yuria joke, they kind of confirmed that she's just off doing her own thing with her workshop stuff. She doesn't have any sort of debts to be repaid to Diaz, right? With evident satisfaction, Ongdu held up her dark and metallic wrists as if to showcase them. The components fixed alongside her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Oh, such graceful smoothness went to machine articulation. 'Tis as though I am beholding the marvelous proceedings of the illustrious Siegfried himself. Yep, the showcase would have gone lackluster without that trademark reaction. Well, it was straight similar to Schwarz Industries N7 lineup, but I thought that model was discontinued. Interesting. Not shocked you'd know so much. Schwarz Industries. Very interesting. Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes of LCD's phenomenal deciphering team, and they put him on her for a trial. Today you find another like them. They're based on technology spun from Distortions. God, that sounds like such Yuria stuff to be doing. Like, she was able to make all sorts of weird, ego, adjacent stuff, right? Like, with the ribbons that she used for the pipe. Oh, I see. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as he glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. Then, just as quickly, he fell silent. Whatever he'd wanted to say next catching in his chest. Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? It was hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair, and why it cast a shadow over his face. But... sorry, this reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. Thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lacked tact. These arms have stirred a painful memory within you. For that I apologize. Haha, it's alright now. I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown a great deal. You can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she's insistent on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my hands on every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life, walking through the workshop street that day. Yeah, I feel like Ezra mostly wanted to do that herself, and you being there was just kind of like a side thing. Oh, please. Girl, we walked for just 4 hours. That's nothing. The Whistler? That's decent enough. I don't know. Well, I don't think my whistling perks up too well on my mic, but I think that was fine. While everyone's checking taking in Nongdu's new outfit and equipment, Kimmets quite quickly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. He was rummaging through the things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyway, what is this place supposed to be? What are all these things? Is he a kleptomaniac on top of everything else? It's basically a wreck now, but there are strobes in that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio? Oh, anyway, there's so many photos stuck around the place. Probably? This thing definitely looks like a camera, at least. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hand, studying it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? There's some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's... Both shot a sharp warning at Sinclair as if she'd realized something. Meursault's hand shut up before she'd even realize, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. Yeah, that's film. That's not allowed here. What? What did I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already pulled a little bit out, though. It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the ridge section on the cylinder. I'm currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damages of no concern. Oh, okay. You mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates. Yep, it went back in. With a quiet nod, Meursault took the object from Sinclair's hand. Is that a film roll? Sure looks like it. There's something written on the outside. Experiment number 4. How long have you been here? You weren't part of this group. You and Heathcliff and Hong Lu were out like doing something else, and you're just showing up now? I guess so. It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. I've seen it a few times before. You seem pretty used to handling Meursault. Correct. Meursault's answer came without further explanation. The way just the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that of a first-timer. I once received a report getting photographs taken on film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by Corp are particularly difficult to falsify. They're often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium, from what I've heard. Few expression for Ezra's face she regarded it as. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Yeah, Ezra's a war vet too. She was there, when Moses was, killing her thousands of people. Anyway, we've managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortions, guys. Where should we begin? Then in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I, we were both still trying to be free of this misconception we inflicted on ourselves. For all our unfailingly perky disposition, Ezra, too, may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Does there yet remain aught deserving illumination? Huh? Yeah, wait, you're right. Haven't we cleaned up the distortion already? I couldn't feel any more traces of distortion nearby, and it didn't seem like any of the other center teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Yeah, I've heard there's some people having weird issues with the Limbus. I've got no idea what's going on. Has PM posted anything about it yet? Let me see. Usually they're, like, decently quick to respond to issues like this. They haven't posted anything yet, though, so I don't know. Might be a weird platform issue. Oh, not yet. The people we fought just now, they only got caught up in the distortion. They don't actually distort themselves. We haven't got close to the distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? Anywho, finding an inflection point with a team leader around is going to take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. Yeah, this is some new terminology. Others swept her eyes around the room looking for information as though she'd been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. By inflection point, are you referring to the point on the graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context, it may less be a mathematical term and more a specialized polyseme referring to the point at which a distortion occurs, the motive, intent, or indeed the point at which inflection of the mind occurs. Yep, that's about right. It's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use that term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector or cause behind it. Stuff like that. You know, distortion's hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortion's never getting solved. Well, I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opens the door into their fathoms or whatever, right? You mean Dungeon of the Fathoms? Yep, that's the one. From where we're standing, distortions are really high-maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to someone manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. You guys can just march straight into someone's heart and knock the snot out of everything in there, and then, ta-da! Patient ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it, I almost bit my sleeve off. Here I thought you fellas handled it the same way we did. You know, giving them a good beating and start from there. Of course not. Why would anyone come to distortion suppression requests if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time peeps try brute force approaches to it first, and when things go south, they send requests to the company or our detective's office. That means the client this time must have been... Bingo! Apparently the residents of Butler Street had all chipped in to commission all kinds of agencies to spy in the complex specialized fixer offices, but none of them could actually do things right, and the job got passed on to us. Meaning, the distortion phenomenon related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere on the streets. Exactly. That's why we gotta find something. Anything that might count as a clue. Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ash gray suits and the logo on the collar of their uniform and briefcases. Hey, isn't that N-Corp's logo? Come to think of it, wasn't Meursault... I was once employed by N-Corp. What? You used to work with those people? Yeah, he did mention that he used to work with N-Corp. Maybe he can offer some insight. Do you know who these guys are, Meursault? Yes, manager. These are N-Corp Class 2 staff members. Given the camera briefcase in their possession, they are likely members of the pinframe team of Service de Clou. Service de Clou. Meursault received the information as though we were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf in his mind. Okay. Pinframe team. Huh. Anything you can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of N-Corp's many field departments for information gathering and processing. The primary duties include handling of N-Corp's internal information, analysis of N-Corp's internal intelligence, sorting and arranging N-Corp's internal information, and intersector... That'd be enough. Whoa, is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. You think it'd be okay if we bother him sometimes? Might be an issue for us if you just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. Luckily, everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia. Anyway, your encyclopedia's right. They're from N-Corp's pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in N-Corp's nest. Yep, because the actual, the Moses' office is based in N-Corp. But why would people already busy enough dealing with the nest affairs come all the way out to a shabby back street like this? Got any guesses? I'm unable to determine that. Eh? The possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Doesn't every relevant reason as to why they may have come here require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I have not presented a determinative answer to that question. Ezra, staring cold at me with an unspoken, is this dude always like this? Wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know. Because aside from current situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay, then, Meursault, maybe this will be easier to answer. From an objective point of view... That was when I noticed something I had never imagined would happen. Meursault's eyes widened, his gaze fixed me with such force that I could almost feel a faint tremor in it. A leveling stare that came within. There's no such thing as an objective point of view. Manager. A clip tone and almost look, but a look almost bordering on rebuke. Interesting. The given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectively, but ultimately all things are subjective, without exception. Yeah, this really is some camo stuff. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of this was because Meursault's reaction caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response may be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner. Got it. Then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way to the back streets. And you understand who he actually is as much as I can. I'll never get to know, but I'll get another chance to really get to know if I brush them off with a simple, oh, I see, my bad, as usual. Yes, manager. I presume that their mission was one of the following. Retrieval of video recording or recordings in violation of Corp's taboo. Prompt elimination of the violator. Contact with an informant in the backstreets collaborating with Corp's nest. Or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designated by the nest. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? No way. They don't set off taboo hunters for every single violation, you know. Like, wings usually leave minor taboo violations to handle by a subcontract victor officer or employees of the department in charge. I'd say these guys here are Corp staff. Miss Ongdu, what are you looking for in their pockets? I'm looking through their belongings for enlightening clues yet to be hidden in the sleeve or the fold of their garments. Limbus has been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before with a single glance, yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look too. This is an employee card and... Okay, this one's a wallet, so let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. Ah, this might be it. It's an order missive. Ezra pulled a sheet of paper out from Corp's staff's coat and read its contents aloud. Work details. Elimination of the individual Category 3 taboo violation. Address, Butter Street. This is the place. Which means all of this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in the studio and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yeah, now you mention it. When the whole pop and change thing happened, did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by combing through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last, had the hour arrived for my debut as a detective, forsooth. Think you must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp? No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective proc that had been given to Ryoshu, and Honglu back then. Verily, I had foreseen that this day would come. Is Kim just silent now? He's, like, off in the corner, like, sulking. Like, he doesn't want to be part of this. That's the thing. Fortunately, Otis wasted no time putting an end to his badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from him was enough to make our dejected, chivalric adventurer stuff the costume away. Darn. I wanted to see it again. Funny CG. Misconceptions. It happens. Okay, yeah. Why was Gregor there? Why did Gregor just show up and then... I don't... like... I don't know. Gregor just showed up there when he wasn't supposed to be there. He talked for a bit. I think it was solely to make, like, the bit with Ezra being like, oh yeah, Ezra's been through, you know, a lot in the war too. Yeah, Gregor he's got teleporting now, I guess. They're never gonna address this. Maybe they will, who knows. We spent a long while rifling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There sure are a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that. Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that can count as a proper clue, Executive Manager. I can confirm that the rest are all empty plastic containers. It's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, Executive Manager. I'll find a way to develop the film. Do you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before we can see what's in that film roll. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Hongdu, I have no idea. But wits ran up to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like the team leader. I had passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. I don't believe that. I don't know. I can't imagine he's so, like, willing to put up with S-Corp shenanigans. This guy's so hard to read now. I don't know. It's very weird. Like, I feel like I knew more about him when he only spoke in ... But Mentor, hadn't you already passed the royal? Once swung a sword and never chooses Darkong to. So it is with life. There's no undoing what has already been cut. Thus, there's unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There's no after for what has been slashed away. Not for you, Mentor. Ought you not dwell on what can no longer be undone. I misspoke. I did not mean it that way, Ongdu. Ah. Yeah, Kim did kind of kill a lot of the Blade lineage, huh? Whoopsies. You told me this such long ago, whenever you were placed in a position to retrace the past. Mostly all the years where you filled your own belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by your own erring hand. Those are exactly the kind of things you should never forget. Urgh, ow, my belly, I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. The spot of this very wound you once gave me afflicts me yet. The one from when you thought you were only poking with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed and that I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. So that bamboo-hatted Kim, it sure is. He's a fraud. But it still aches every now and then, chiefly when I hear your sharp-cutting words that I really don't want to hear. Is that so? Ongdu suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. What's this? I've written down the words that I've just said. Hearing my sharp-cutting words afflicts you, so that perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. Sure. He's just getting caught with like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. I really can't believe the same Mentor Ongdu follows so devotedly. Where's all that ticking and forbearance Ongdu said he had? Young Ongdu, there is a matter I would ask thee. Apparently I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Pray, speak freely. This may perhaps be a discourteous inquiry, but, I too, when speaking to the others of those whom I serve, often order my words with a laudation of an acceptable degree, and yet, I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose it's your first time seeing Mentor with his shoulders so embraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect towards the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart, all of these are undoubtedly the teachings that my mentor has imparted onto me. Truly? Why, if fortune grant the opportunity, you may witness my mentor's true self yourselves someday. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river to arrive at such a chance. Ongdu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling seriously as though she truly believed every word she said. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, Besides, unless I speak with a faint stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I would ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit. Oh. So it's all just a... I see. Forsooth, thou too hast been burdened with the trials of serving your superior. So that's what it was, I get it now. Slam. That is... Yeah. No, trust me, Don. I need to glaze him as much as possible so he actually does something for once. I watched the budding of this particular bond of commiseration and camaraderie began a chivalric friends. The door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. We arrived at the target location. It appears the advance party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Didn't we say there was only a single violator? Oh, crap. So it's too late to talk our way out of this, whatever excuses we come up with. Oh boy, this is not gonna go well. Same thing happened last time. When I saw the Corp employees, I thought we had the wrong intel. All of a sudden... Pop. Sudden flash blinded my vision white, but it stared straight into a burst of searing light, so intense and bright that it made my head swim. Yeah, there was this same pop, and, my vision blinded. The only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur. Until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Oh? Didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Are we in the photo? Seeing it doesn't actually warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Angde? Though Escort may indeed be passing through hard times, I was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? Is that right? Looks much the same to me. This place... Did we just get teleported to Escort? No, Dante. Though it generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude, this is... I think I know what this is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. It's some, like, canned experience level stuff, isn't it? Like, the canned experience of being within this part of Escort. The photos tie into that somehow. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms, the sheen of the light, and even the air we breathed, all in the point towards a single phenomenon. This is the depth of the fathoms made entirely out of distortion. These are completed distortions, but they're the end Corp employees were just a moment ago, executive manager. It's... I think iOS version of Limbus letting you definitely update. I've heard there's a lot of issues with like iOS and Android and that sort of stuff. I think in certain regions it sounds like there's having especially weird times. I don't think it's just you though, from what I've heard. There've been quite a few people in the chat saying they've had issues along those lines. Yeah, this is exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. Ooh. Weird, like, photobash Chunokuns. When Ezra pointed, the people in smart niche suits advanced in their place, figures clad in bloodstained dope-wearers were approaching us with dragged, uneasy steps. Right, let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Yongdu? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. And, wait, where's this bamboo-headed dude? Everybody's already taken his leave. He said he had noticed I had crossed blades with the Chunokuns of S-Corp twice. Come on, man. Not again. He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive manager. We're going off to this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right, that's what Ezra says, and get ready for battle. On your orders, executive manager. Men, prepare for battle. Okay, are we gonna get both of them as assist units then? Because there already is an Ezra, you know, assist unit, so wouldn't be that weird. And then Ongdu, her getting a sprayed would be cool. Nice! We have a lot of people for this. This is a focus encounter. Huh. Chunokun incapacitated and Chunokun bind.
모두도 도우셔야 합니다. 오지사 씨가 눈 감아준다고 자꾸 그렇게 농땡이를 부르시면 저는 눈물을
Okay, let's see. You're doing the same stuff as before, I presume? Yeah, Alice, Screw, Nestor, Nemir, Yuria, yeah. It looks... Yeah, it looks roughly the same. And you're here too. Rending Arts, Acupuncture, Lucent Rippling Flame. Yeah, you're gonna work like the ID, I presume. Countess Blade Lineage. Countess Syndicate, which is funny. Makes sense, because, you know, Elsie, like, Blade Lineage, but yeah. How hype? What egos do I have equipped on people? I didn't actually check those, I don't think. It's probably fine. I'll check the shooting guns. Yep, I will. Escort Fixer, yeah. It's a Lust Distortion, interesting. The LU is for Lust, I haven't seen a Lust Distortion since Chromer. I don't think. Jumbled Memories, yeah. Clash Loose gain one head, spinning many once return, and gain bind, gain clash power up. I see. Do 5 damage to every one bind on target. These fabrics, Q Corp Singularity, fashioned in many forms, blend worlds advance through the east. Okay, so like the talismans. So the Chinokuns use like the Q Corp talisman Singularity as like blindfolds and headbands. And they work like hyper-powered sunglasses, it sounds like. Interesting. Yeah, Vulsion Wound, yeah. And throwing the Aura Bond, yeah. Bloise. They might trust. I don't know if they would. I don't know if an enemy would trust just simply due to how the trust gimmick works. It's kind of tied to, like, the sinner, it sounds like, so I don't know if they will have that. Okay, well, let's just get to it then. We can win a lot of clashes here. That's nice. That works. Cool. Hopefully we win some of these, right? God. So nice going through main story content while we have these, well, we actually have the speech bubbles for IDs now. It's very nice. I think, do all of the Lineage resist slash? They might all resist slash. I don't know if, there might be some that don't, but... Very interesting distortion, that's for sure. I can only assume, like, the rest of the sinners will meet up, like, near the end or something, because it would be very funny if, like, Honglu wasn't playable at all. It'll probably, like, we probably won't be able to get Honglu until, like, near the end anyways, but... Either way. Yeah, clashing them. I don't even, like, particularly want you guys to clash it, though. Right? Because I want the sanity for myself, because I'm greedy. I'm gluttonous. Yeah, this is my sanity. You don't get this sanity. Dawn, you win these, right? Yeah, surely. Yeah, attack all you want. Go ham. Oh, you just stagger, though, huh? Maybe I should have let her clash this she got sanity, but I don't think it matters that much. I just really don't have a distortion tag. Yeah. But they do have they do have a classification code though. I don't know if like every like distortion like sub entity actually gets a distortion tag. Sure. Okay, whatever. This says much in the pre-battle cutscene that this is caused by the distortion to some degree, though. Hype. Good neutral. You'll win a clash one of these days, Dylan. And 10 total, okay. Well, you're gonna kill that guy, so I don't need to worry about that. You guys just make sure that guy dies. And claim that guy's bones, hype. Awesome. Okay, Tails, nice. Okay, Tails, nice. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be shocked, you know, using Claim Their Bones at 20 HP. I guess specifically Sinclair Claim Their Bones, since his is it's a bit like that. Okay, let's see. This is your skill 3 Otis. Nice. Awesome. 2 Tails. It still kills. More than she usually does. Okay, Dawn gets this kill. That's good. Oh, you got a little bit of bleed on yourself from your Clash losings, huh? Spooky. Incapacitate, yeah, similar sort of thingies. Anything notable in these guys? Not really. They don't have trust. Not surprised. You're gonna mirror that guy. You're running art to that guy. I guess we could just focus all in on like the other ones then if we wanted to, right? Dominating tragic. We save this until we can potentially lose a clash with it, but I don't even know if we will have a good opportunity for something like that, just looking at how things are, well, looking. Yeah, it works. We'll just do a bunch of damage to these and let those two clash. We get a funny skill. Sure.
세금조차 아니었던 내게 자랑할 만한 비용이 뭐 있다고.
Like, Kim's got, like, real big, like, Metro Man vibes, right? Like, he actually probably, like, was someone who wanted to, like, fight for, like, a good cause and stuff once, but, like, he's just kind of become jaded and, like, all, like, lazy and stuff because of it, right? That sort of thing. That's not the vibe I'm getting. Okay, you actually get your Italia here, so that's hype. That'll probably just kill that guy, won't it? Favor, that could lose a clash. Maybe. I won't count on it.
앵두야, 네가 하면 동의 아니라 진담 같으니
Okay, I'll try that.
말았으면 좋겠어. 검은 지금 것으로 충분하다.
And Meursault, you just need to throw here. You just need to throw here. I want you to throw here. It's not that hard. Yeah, that killed him 2 coins, yeah. Aw, oh, darn. I guess it's less that Meursault needs to throw and the enemy needs to throw, because that was kind of Meursault doing as bad as he possibly could. The enemy just wasn't doing good enough. Same difference, I guess. In the end. Okay, cool. God. Nah, I'd win type moves, I guess. And there we go. Nice. Do you get the new ego? Nah. I got the ID and the announcer, and that's enough for me. I'll just wait for the ego. That should be all of them. Surveying the area with measured alert, Ongdu casts the blood from her sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it back to its sheath. Huh, they're not changing back. Doesn't look like beating up the distorted ones reverts them immediately this time around. Perhaps the fortune turret went in a way. Let us search for clues while time allows us. The volume is too low, like the music. It probably is. I'll try that. Ezra and Ongdu moved about as though they were used to this kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch their breath after the battle, they began searching the space. But prithee! Donkey was the first one to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon our arrival hither, yet never before had I beheld our surroundings changed with so sudden a flash. Prithee, I cannot make sense of the situation. Couldst thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon? Apologies. It would appear I overlooked the breathing due to the urgency of the predicament. This is, according to the definition of Prism, my Lady Moses, a location-type distortion. It's basically when the whole space distorts, and since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain place. As for this one, the distortion's already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage, probably? They don't usually get this big, but this one here is covering almost an entire street. And those people, they entered the space and got caught up in it, and our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up, and what happens to them once they're in? Of course, we can't really rule the possibility of powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Oh, by that I mean when the distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking to our team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess. Heh. Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle. In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion even if we whoop these guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over here, too. With a call, Ezra directed our attention toward rows of collapsed people all around them, all of them clad in dopo robes. And these are... The glyphs emblazoned upon their four headbands. Chu bespeaks propulsion and pursuit. It marks them as Chunokuns, functionaries charged with scouring and hunting runaway nobis. You hail from the homeland as we do. I'm unsurprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I, too, was once enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being dispossessed of stations in S-Corp, after all. So it was no idle tale. Scientists who ply their craft without finding S-Corp's coffers are seized forthwith and made nobis of the corporation. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have gone with my friends before the brand of Nobi could be impressed upon us. Otherwise, Nobi, the wretched appellation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power, fell practicing an excuse of their power-mongering, nothing more. The so-called taboo hunters of S-Corp operate by much the same anatomy. This is the breaching of taboo summon the hunter, which is the hunter first sees his prey, to thereafter frame the captured with invented transgression. The powerful so desire to chase a man down, to take possession of his very being and keep him caged, and they only need to decree that he should bear the lot of a Nobi. Such is what S-Corp has become today. My mentor, too, is one of the victims of that accursed practice. And could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor, or Yisang? Or me, perhaps, or none of us. You mean to say that they may be conceptual forms of Chuno-kuns generated by distortion. That is a plausible conjecture. We are getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Otis pressed her fingers against her brow as if her head were starting to pound in frustration. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary we determine whether the S-Corp and its Chuno-kuns have appeared as the motif of this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things with memories most foul? The presence of Chuno-kun suggests a possible correspondence to Yisang's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens that hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from Bamboo-Head Kim or Ongdu's memories. Ugh. Ongdu furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma affect their surroundings. But this one, I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. He didn't guess at what this distortion wants, either. Pop! The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. If only the team leader was here. Cracking this would have been a piece of cake. And we're back. That's why you kept asking whether we'd see anything bursting with a pop. The N-Corp employees must have had it rough, too, getting dragged into the distortion like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first we need to develop the film we found here. Head to the nearest dark room and... Nah, actually, let's first try that slippery hat wearing Colt back here, get him talking about the Chuno-kuns. That's probably our best bet. Every time we take a job, the slacker just slips off without telling anyone. One part of me watch Ezra stamp her feet in frustration. Also carefully following Heathcliff's team to the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? Huh? What? Boss Clock found something? Yep, I found where Bamboo-Head Kim is right now. So Gregor's over there, right? Like, Gregor is with the Heathcliff team. Yes? Correct? Yes? What was he... Did we have, like, a Gregor Force Ghost? Like, what was that? Wholesome. So full of event currency. Harry Neil. What is being traded in the camera boot?
이젠 좀 알 것 같네요. S사로 떠나기 전까지 제가 현장 추리팀에서 무엇을
Interesting.
배워가는지.
4 nodes in, yeah, checks out. Probably like a 14-ish node thing, right? That's usually the case. That was like, what, 200-ish? Yeah, okay, we'll get there in time. Film. More of the same? Yep. Yep. How powerful is Greg? Very powerful. Maybe he's learned to make, like, Roach, like, homunculus, right? Like, he creates, like, he forms, like, the roaches in, like, his own image and, like, has them, like, pretend to be him. Like a big trench coat. Bloody hell, what's up with these gits? They're showing up out of nowhere. How should I know? But judging by their getup, they seem like escort fellas. And things were going so well. We could have talked it out with those fedora guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know? But no, you just had to go barking at them first. It would have saved us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Oh, so it's my fault. Look like they're nicking stuff. This is our contract area, ain't it? If they walked off with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Listen, bud, not everyone's itching to swipe hair coupons into their pockets the second they get the chance. Oh, for how many bloody months are you locking up milk that? Excuse me. What, you got a problem too, mate? No, not at all. Just wondering whether the gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Is that the end of your troop performance? Shame, I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. Might have missing this place for the Peach Blossom Land of Legends is had there been a cup of fine macchioli to go with it. Yeah, that's an enemy, alright. He's a name tag, though. I think it says, LCD. LCD or whatever, who gives a toss? They're supposed to dig at me. Oh dear. Such bold swings. Didn't know there was an encore to the performance. Ha! You slippery little rat. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you gotta be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, behind you, there's... Oh! Wow, he took up all those dope-wearing people with just a single strike. I'd say that would cover the price of admittance for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Well then, I leave the rest of you folks wondering please and Murmters never linger on the stage for long after all. Oi, where the hell do you think you're going? Ah, damn. Sure. Okay. Yep. God. He's so awesome. Oh, we just Malkuth these guys over. I see. I see. Did I have the option to deploy these guys and I just didn't? I might have. Huh. Very interesting. The immediate only flesh height? No, we win the clashes way too easily with it. Truly tragic. Okay, we are on our own this time, so we will have to like actually relatively do stuff. But should be fine. You probably just win these, right? Nope. You probably just win these. Okay, yes, actually, cool. And we'll just try and clash with people then. Clash with the people who actually do stuff, right? Why did I yield my flesh? I don't think I meant to use that. Whatever. That's fine. I'll get another one. I probably won't get another one this fight. I don't need another one. Okay. You can get more than one head, Yusan. Okay, there you go. There you go. Awesome. 20 sandy, 3 tails. Yeah, it happens, I guess. And then you get all heads to make up for it, I suppose. Thank you. Thank you, Sinclair. I don't know if I let any of them live long enough in the last fight to actually see what this whole transformation gimmick is about. Might get a good chance here. I guess we'll see. Without having, because, I mean, like, Ezreal's he's just good at killing people, right? Ezreal, like, did 200 damage with, like, 2 coins of her actual, like, Yuri Atelier weapon. Little goated. Yeah. I mean, I can kill most of them and then just let, like, at least one of them survive, right? Something like that, and that'd be fine. Also, it's very interesting because it's a buff that isn't showing up down here. Because, like, you can see, like, during combat, we don't see, like, the little status effects. So it's like a creature-wide thing. It's not a part-specific, which is usually something they conserve for, like, sanity types and other weird stuff like that. So that's very odd. I don't really want you clashing. I like how you can hear, like, the same vocals they have for the Kim theme in that one part of the song. That's funny. Okay, let's see. Okay. Very cool. And we're in like a photo development room now. And I see 3 turns they'll turn back. This is a very cool gimmick. Yeah. When you need a skill of identical rake to the skill photograph, clash member -5. Huh. Do we have any sort of way to tell? Not really. Very interesting though, because it's equal to the rank. Oh, this song is cool. Very Arknights-y. They're tremor bleed, you know. Not shocking. Don't look like Meursault. Nice. Very interesting, all in all. Still is a focus encounter. I was assuming they were like gonna save the Corp guys to be like the normal encounter type or something, but I mean, I guess they still can be, right? Nothing preventing them from being, but very interesting. Let's see, is it just whatever we clash against is what they photograph, or is it gonna be something different? Like if I use skill 3 against one of these guys, are they gonna photograph skill 3 and therefore they lose clashes against skill 3s, or is the photograph due to a skill that we haven't seen yet? Ah, I see. It's an unbreakable coin. Current coin attack and inflict intelligence cover next turn. Okay, so whatever. So effectively, so I clashed against that with someone, right? No, did I? Oh, I stagger / killed that guy, didn't I? I guess the general gimmick is whatever skill you use against this is gonna just get debuffed. So, like for example, if you use the skill 1 like against this, then the skill 1 will be photographed, and then if you next turn if you use the skill 1, then defense skills and ego skills are called separately. Okay, so it counts what, 1, 2, 3 defense and ego. Theoretically, skill 4 with no, I don't think that one can clash, can it? No, I don't think so, because that one's the funny one. Okay, so you just can't do the same thing multiple times in a row that hits you. I like that. I like that jump. Surely you can just get that kill. Surely. Don't have a lot of good skills here. They're not going for the funny attack this turn though, so that's fine. Just kind of going for normal enough attacks. Okay, even Tails kills. Okay. She can't throw that hard. But Lineage Otis has gotten, you know, at least 2 recorded kills so far. That's more kills than she might have ever gotten before this.
아주가 버틸 판은 아니었지. 이제 좀 고수들만 남았으려나?
Okay, that works. That guy dies. I haven't really been like focusing too much on the Pride Res sort of thingy. The Pride Res obviously is very good because we get all the funny buffs, right? From Meursault and whatnot. Is there any like conditionals that change by being able to deploy 7-blade Lineage IDs, or does everything cap at 6 anyways? I'm not sure. There's the kind of thing where, like, when these IDs were first added, like, 6 was, like, the limit, so is it possible they had things otherwise anyways? I mean, I guess... Ishmael's defense gimmick, I definitely can. I mean, it's the kind of thing where I really haven't just felt... I haven't, like, feel like it's necessary yet, right? That sort of deal. Having assist defense is always a nice thing to have, though. Hype, Pirate Gregor support passive. That, doesn't really do anything here, but I guess it proc anyways. Moves enemies changing, it's like the gimmick of the event. Kind of like fading in and out of a distortion. It's very interesting.
다수가 버틸 판은 아니었지. 이제 좀 보스들만 남았으려나?
Okay, that guy dies, and then we just gotta deal with the last one. Sinclair can't even get the kill. Is it Otis? No, it's Meursault. Okay, that's good at least. That's a reasonable enough guy to be getting the kill. Cool. So let me get this straight. Dude was here just a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered off to. Yeah, bloke just turned about nowhere, flapped his gums, and did a runner before anyone could grab him. As a result of a long list of sighs, though, she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about him. Me and middle team hard counters them. They have to give the counter, not skill 3. They use the skill 3 as the counter, right? I think, honestly, it's a weird edge case where it depends. The game, I believe it still counts as a counter, right? Because the specific way the game words it is when a middle ID uses a skill 3 the counter is they use that skill as a counter, which makes it sound like it would be classified as a counter. And, like, there's a way to check that, right? By seeing if it, like, because it, like, actually triggers, like, counter effects, not, like, normal skill effects. But, I don't know. This is a very new gimmick, so it's a lot of edge case stuff that it doesn't really feel like I can say anything for certain. Unless, like, there's some testing that happens, right? Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced. Yet I trust that you are also aware that, more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. He has never left his post without purpose so far. No, I get it, okay? But come on. We're killing to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again. Not like we'd stop him. What are we going to do? Tie him up? Lock him in a closet? We don't do that in our team, right? Remember last time? I thought he was being a good patient and sleeping off into the recovery ward, but nope. When the LCU team got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. The team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Lady Ezra, that's... Oopsie. I wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? And the reason he failed to participate in the operation was simply because the LCD was lax in supervising its personnel. Is that what it said? Didn't counter skill didn't think Kuroku wrote it. Yeah. It is. We're just talking about how it interacts with the new gimmick of the photographs the Corp guys has. Because that one, like... I guess maybe if we got the stat effect and we looked at it, it would tell us what's being debuffed, right? And like, I mean, it might pop up. Like, it's a -5 to clash power. It's a pretty notable debuff. And motivated hold her chunks for this very manner. She knew full well Mentor's intention to be misplaced in precisely such a manner. A part of this, if I misunderstood, do not just disclose the main distorted post without authorization. That's the thing. He wasn't just wandering around. He was outside all alone, taking down the ring on mannequins who'd locked down the elevator leads into the LCE department. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there. The recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn me either. He just somehow caught on and did the job himself. Okay. I mean, he was fighting the auto mannequins. You know, that's something. Huh. Heard it's all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get the call into him because the LCA chief dude way faster. And that it helped the LCA to actually deploy. It would have been delayed for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in, actually. Oh my god. He actually carried? Sure. And he went fighting even though he still wasn't fully recovered, so he came back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient, in a lot of pain. The soldier's not entirely deserving of reproach. No, he's a less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we're all stuck into the building back then during the incident, so fine, I suppose there was no helping it. Today, though, never mind. It's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in saying, it's done. He's got like an aura, like, sine curve. I think it's delightful. I do love characters that are kind of like alternating between being like auraful and then being like stupid jokester. It is like one of my favorite archetypes. A lot of my favorite characters are that sort of thing, so I think it's very hype. He doesn't know when he just drops dead in the street somewhere. How are we supposed to help him then? Actually, how does he even know what it's supposed to be done in the first place and no one gave him any instructions? Bloke gotta be relying on his gut feeling, isn't it? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw the bloke for a bit, so I can't say I got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but he did strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. He just strapped his own chin and he kept talking as though he were stating the obvious fact. That is proof enough. He's not one of us, so Clark couldn't have reached him from that far and just sent him to back us up. And there's no way he just happened to run into us just when we were about to get into battle, innit? Then, well, could be bloke's got some stupidly sharp head on him and piece things together. Could be that. But I've got these moments when I got a flash of the gut feeling, however you want to call it. My bossman, Matthew, said he could hear that kind of thing too. Said I can hear him he's turning, or I think I hear rats scurrying about. He'd do things you couldn't make heads or tails of. There was one time when we were expecting a life or death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning, walks into a random pub, and starts throwing back drinks like he lost his bloody mind. That does sound like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Matthew mentioned is crazy. Matthew hasn't, been mentioned since Canto 6, I don't think. Anyone on the ships says to drink the barrel try before battling wills to blunt their fear. I just stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, and boss could knock it back like a whale. Still, the point is, getting blasted right before a turf war is not what most sane people would call a good idea. Had us all crossed, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was so you could hide about the opposing cynic we were holed up. The crowd around the cafe running their mouths about how they'd kill him and put an end to the dead rabbits. That's when we came storming in and had them surrounded instead. Not a single one of them got away. We beat them bloody, every last one, and boss knew it'd play out that way. Sorry, but this really sounds like Barstow bragging to me. You sure that wasn't just a coincidence? I should think it was no mere chance. If you're saying as much, then surely this was one among many such coincidences. Is that not so? Yeah, every time Matthew pulled one of those stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. Wouldn't have kept working so neatly if it were just a coincidence. It is likely that what is referred to as, indeed, an instinctive sense or experience-based precognition. Most accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious, sorted and converted into sensible conclusion. I now know where they're going with this. They're going to give the Eye of Precognition, the Eye of Odin, they're going to give it to Matthew, okay? Matthew's gonna be alive, he's gonna have survived, they're gonna give it to him, and he's gonna become, I don't know. He's gonna become hype. Trust me. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has not really been able to arrive at a coherent conclusion that surprised even Faust. Further now, it appeared that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it. Is that a compliment, or are you taking the piss out of me? Though my mentor does not see fit to explain at each step he takes. When all has passed, I find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask of you, grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess I have also been concerned about him as of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I've noticed in the past. To wait. Don Quixote began hesitating and stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay. I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Ah. Let's doing the task at hand and do what we can for now. Yeah, Matthew sounds awesome. Fine, fine. Go on, boo. As the other quieted down, I finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. Can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas, and the red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes. You're 35. Like, I get it. You're, like, middle-aged, but, like, you're 35. Matthew, when the Earthling was LARPing as, yeah. Oh, are you looking for the light switch? It's right here. And right then, don't turn on the light. I heard Meursault's clipped warning, his voice coming from the corner I didn't expect to find. Meursault, where are you? Ah, there he is. That corner. Is he washing something? I'm developing the film role manager. So much light might ruin the entire role. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. Oh, didn't think you know how to print photographs, pal. Third guy was fairly... I guess so, but, like... He acts like he's, like... rotted away. He acts like he's, like, the grandma from SpongeBob, like... all, like... shriveled up and, like, in a wheelchair, like... They're giving Gregor the hyperreaction. That's more like it. What's that for, anyway? You expressed the wish of the film development manager. I'm carrying out that instruction. I see. A photo studio first and now a darkroom. Maybe no more conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the access of this distortion rests upon a photographer. Was it being in the late 20s, though? He's like the same age as, like, Roland. Like, there's a lot of older characters in PM. There's a lot of, like, 40s and, like, 50s and stuff for, like, some notable characters, right? Yori's, like, 55. Like, Argalia's 40. Like, it's not that strange. We don't have ages for a lot of the characters in Limbus, so it's kind of hard to get a range for this sort of thing. We have, like, ages for, like, Gregor, Yisong, and Ryoshi, and I think that's it. We've got an idea for Honglu being roughly 30-ish. It's certain the dark room is connected to the studio in some way. The images bear certain semblances photographs. I also believe that this building and that photo studio share a strong connection. Oh, where did you get those photos? I brought out some from the photo studio. Cannot name the locations in the picture with certainty, but they all appear to have been taken at various places in Corp's district. Buildings, mostly. Hey, wait, I know what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff at that department store. Correct. Photos must have been taken by a docographer. Meursault chimed in, holding an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in Corp. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of professional duties. There are approximately 21 occasions in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involved routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. These docugraphers you mentioned are the people entrusted with that job? Yes, they photograph the experience to be poured into canned experience. Ah, a docugrapher. How could a person with such a decently lucrative profession fall into distortion? Decent job, maybe, but how do we know if they're a decent person? I reply with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. Taking pictures in this taboo. It's... So pictures aren't a taboo, it's recording that's a taboo. It seems like photos don't seem to be an issue. And I mean, we can tell that, like, that's also true in, like, Distortion Objective, right? That takes place in N-Corp, and, like, there's the whole photography, like, distortion there. The issue is with recording. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any dark rooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said all there was of processing film rolls, but in N-Corp, you gotta go to a dark room to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls usually immerse in developer solution to be processed. My photo studios have these dark rooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place, it's pretty far from that photo studio. Huh. Now that you mention it. Check out these windows. They're only covered by newspapers, all messy like. You consider a sense that film rolls are delayed, it's super suspicious that the dark room doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know film composite fortunes are placed in the city, right? Maybe there are photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper. Oh. Probably isn't even a legit darkroom. Someone just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos. And people don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Right? Manager. Meursault claimed my side quietly, still giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instruction to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until the development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes. However, engaging in battle opens the doors to uncontrollable variables. That is why I have judged it necessary to make a separate request. Battle? There's no need for concern. I'm capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. But wait, can you slow down? A battle, you say? Sure, there must be cause for you to believe so. The photo studio reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after Corp's pinframe team were defeated. Based on the events thus far, making clear the photo studio and this darkroom share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Senator Heathcliff, Senator Honglu, and Senator Gregory have battled Corp's pinframe team in this very location. Heard footsteps rushing up the staircase, approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know what Meursault is getting out, but I ask anyway. Meaning? Initial rinse is finished. The procedure is now halfway to the completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. The battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, Manager. Meursault, you... Crash. You should have warned us way earlier! Understood, Manager. I'll follow the instruction going forward. Well, better late than never, I guess. Well, that's kind of par for the course with Mer. Yippee. 200 more. Delightful. We're not actually fighting though, we're photos. Climbing up this one building. I'm going after this though. I don't know. Probably just to the side, down into the side or something. I guess we'll see. Could be something weird. They could pull some like kind of like Canto 4 Part 3 bit and have some weird like sky area show up. That's supposed to be some like Fathomy stuff. Something sits ill with me. Amid the distorted sprawl of Escort's back streets, Angdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. And at the end of her gaze, are those photographs? A long light stretched upon the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. I mistook it for a comb jewel at first and gave it little attention. But upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the darkroom and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by a location-type district is most irregular. Indeed. The empty port from the studio have also already changed into images of various sites of S-Corp, yet these alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check them out ourselves. So I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach. Meursault stepped forward and plucked a few photos off it, and the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop, and again a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Good grief, the Distortions likes to change his mind, huh? He's switching between S-Corp and N-Corp. This feels like being caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up and then goes slack right after. The other senators were busy grumbling about the distortion and sudden jumps, except for Meursault, who stood right in front of me with the photos still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them. No. He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off it with clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes, exploded light will change film when film is complete and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up the photograph so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. People in the photograph all look different from one another. If I had to pick one similarity between them, though, they all looked cold and indifferent. Some kind of standing way blurry, someone with a bunch of wilted flowers, 3 researchers or something it looks like, and then a girl who's making bread? Stealing bread? I don't know. Yeah, that's city, alright. Ordinary folks you'd see anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. It's the kind of photographs they were using to make canned experiences? What was that? The scene around us seemed to ripple just now. Ooh. I was about to ask Faust if she'd also felt the strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo. Is it impossible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? No. Meursault must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment, because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. Now I thought I said docugraphers take these photos to put into canned experiences. Wrong reads for canned experiences are handled exclusively by the Grand Magazine Sisyphe. Huh? Like Sisyphus? What is this? Is it like Grand Magazine? Grand's Magazines is a department store? And then Sisyphe is just Sisyphus in French, yeah. Some sort of Sisyphus department store thingy? I'm not sure. Sisyphus... What? I think I've heard of it. Can't experience, right? They're in high demand notice too, but the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magazine Sisyphe. Same name every time. The members of my class bragging about trying them out whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself, though. I can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. Yeah, you would say that. It's that popular, huh? The process-based kind of the can experience, known as experience batter, like a dough, huh? Supplied to reprocessing factories where docugraphers fine-tune the experience's details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. Yeah, the Camus character talking about Sisyphus. They can fine-tune experience. An easier example for understanding that would be considered why docugraphers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. Purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for haute couture canned experiences is increasing by day. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience can be easily encountered in reality is in low demand. And why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for the commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Mayhap they have been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. Staggering amount of money just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who would take the risk and help take the picture. I'm not so crass to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia. Spending this much money on film rolls, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say, maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments. Or memories, even. Leaving through the photographs, I quietly express my thoughts. Executive manager? I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest their desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything Distortion has shown so far points back to S-Corp. That is, the S-Corp from the past that only Ongdu and Kim would have seen and remembered. These photos, though, they're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to live past even distortion. If that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Tanya says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Ooh, good idea. Team leader did say that we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Ongdu, can you get me his office catalog? Probably need to commission an office associated with Seven Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Can someone tell Ezra where? Fine. I think I know where to find these people. Tanya says one of the people shown in the photos has already been found. What? What? How? Well, guess I'm just having a lucky day. Pull the radio from my waist and switch it on without answering Ezra's question. DWRC. I think she said, do we regroup clock? That one was especially hard to understand for Yoshu. Heh. Roja's with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Roja, you there? What? Dante wants to talk? One sec. I kind of went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything. Neat. Can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me too? Love the ones from that street. They're so good. Hold on. I gotta readjust the pile if I want to just throw them on TF. They're packaged. Ryoshu, you can't treat food like that, Kay. Bread, I mean, bakers have feeling too, you know. How do you think bakers would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? The scabbard is ratting again for no reason. Sure. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of babies being treated like trash, Uriah, huh? Anyway, Tante, can you give me a second? If you need me to fight, just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. No, it's not a fight. Huh? Then what's this about? Took a close look at the words written in the wicker basket in the first photograph Meursault had brought me. Where's that bakery you're at? Very interesting. I've got some investigating to do. I'm gonna see. Yeah, okay, like that. Makes sense. Bread. Cans. Ah, I know what you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held up for her and gave a quick nod. This man, he works in Cannery 17 right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his co-workers. Haven't seen him around lately, though. And those co-workers, I assume they were wearing the same uniform. Asking the question on my behalf, I would show the baker another photograph. The people in the second photo, I see. Probably. They was always wearing one, too. I'd guess it's the cannery uniform. This confirms our lead, executive manager. A few inquiries at the cannery should bring us to the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but... She didn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that were infected with distortion, right? Thought she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name. The apathy evident in her voice gave me pause. Red Queen, true. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that. Faced me a change of notice pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smell before pulling something from her apron pocket. Then an round, can-like object. Said he could be finding the can experience for free if I let him take my picture. He said he'd throw in the docugraph of the building of my choice. He docugraphs buildings, right? He even takes work trips to the nest every now and then. So I asked him to give me a docugraph of this lovely mansion I saw by the nest suburbs. I know I'd never get afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like. And gosh, it was everything I'd ever hoped for. Couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness of that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Ahem. Young Meursault, are these candy spirits truly possessed of such marvels to evoke a semblance of reason from one's countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is one of several markets. Does that mean that those who indulge in candy spirits may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may, however. Oh, a magic can't allow one to pursue any dream the heart may conceive. Verily, I confess mine own soul is much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Yeah, he is, raising his eyebrows at that. Best candy experiences are made from base experience matter mixed with various modified information. The end product enables intense simulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. The piece of memory is refined along the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production lines is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in our previous statement must be amended. Memory is altered for intense simulation. It does sound quite shady. How doth this cast its shade upon the boons granted by the can? Venture the tales are, forsooth, inclined toward a little grandeur. It is because the memories part of the can experiences are extremely vivid. Studies have shown the user can experience them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. Possible cause of the formation of dependence patterns is that canned experiences allow one to feel as though one has achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible. Without implying the user made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant use cans? Worse still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. Very fitting. For the sweeter and more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's own hands. To become a cause for surrender, instead of inciting one to march forth. Verily, does it not annul the significance of dreaming itself, if the resulting dream rouseth not the spirit to gallop toward it? Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. So, how much will you be buying? By what? You came bargaining with all these questions. I was paying enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? You didn't think you owe me a sale or two? You're not going to leave without buying a single loaf for credit on my big screen on my customers, are you? Her case was on point, actually. With our whole group gathered around, the passerby gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody ought to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady, I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did. Where the hell are you keeping all that, then? You even gotta ask? Of course I had some already. The rest is so safely tucked in my coat pocket so we can share later. So you already ate some. Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off the other customers. Understood. Given the expenses made to facilitate the operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh, nice. Sesame rice bun for me, please. Oh my god, this guy. What? It was Kim. He didn't have a knack for making entrance at the least expected moments. Hey, mister. Where have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but give me just a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation. Wait for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hands and chomp into it. Alright, I'm ready. Freaking waste of bread! God. Ezra's angry fist drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, folding him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. Sorry, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Best get away from here. Manager? Meursault approached me as he walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I've completed the development of your film per your instruction. Oh, so this film in the canister you were shaking. Do I just unroll it? Hold it against the sun or other sources of light. As it is a reversal film, the images should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as you said and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Huh, that's pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see too? Move it over a bit, let me have a look too, yeah? Hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. This is the same person every shot, is in the same pose in all of them. Oh, you're right. No, wait a second. See, arm here, the further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Trying to go for like a stop motion effect? Huh? Russ went into the tiny frames of the film and Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. Saying later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair? What's the matter? Reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the yep, okay. In the corner of a stack of notes or thick book. The exact same spot in every page. Start with the arms down. You make one small change in each page, nudge the arms up higher and higher and higher, then they've raised all the way up. When you flip the pages fast enough, the drawings stop looking like separate images. The still figure starts moving. That class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I remember the teacher saying that video footage we watch are all made the same way. They're saying it's a continuous sequence of still images. So it's a taboo? During the frames such as this film is highly likely constitute footage, a violation of Corp's taboo. Oh boy. Not shocked if they, were sending, lower ranked people to chase after this distortion, but... Checks out. Taboo. We're just gonna be straight up fighting to Corp guys here? Maybe not even a focus encounter this time? We're breaking taboos! Oh crap. So that Regimer's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might have just broken a taboo. And my mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey, specifically the time when John Q did smash that window at K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. Felt faint. At least we had Vergilius with us that time. And it ended up not being that big of a deal at the end of the day since I could revive the sinners, but some nest taboos can get us into serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? Hurriedly turned to the sinners, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual look of lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've done so far. Miss Faust, what'll happen to this if this manager gets killed? Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying and we're fine. And Corp's not gonna kill you for just possessing a film roll. But really? Well, it might be a problem. The film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand filming it, right? And the Corp dudes get here to pick it up, to comply with their commands, thank them for the service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities. Everything should be a-okay. There's a possibility that everything will not be okay. Eh? Because I've developed the contents of the film roll in the dark room. Oh. Corp will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. Really? No, but... I think so that Corp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which is to determine the severity of taboo violation. But if image quality or frame is within regulations, Corp won't be sticking their fixed on our butts right away, and that could buy us time to give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it may be. Because what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. So even if they're really, really unlucky and they're actually after us, it's gonna be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity, probably. So what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail? It means that the interval between frames shouldn't be, like, super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They only show you one every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate the taboo. Then, let us analyze the film roll and see how vivid it really is. Meursault, trust you are knowledgeable on subject concerning Corp, yes? Cooperate. I'm gonna make a face. Yeah, he's been making some expressions. It's pretty hype. This film would be considered a violation of the taboo. I just picked up the film from the ground and showed it to Meursault. That cannot be determined. Unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with an adjacent... Without waiting for Meursault to finish, Otis unrolled the film and raised it against the sky. The rest of you get over here. We must analyze these frames. Film canister was labeled experiment, so I assume the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. The experiment to see how close they get to violating a taboo, and testing the limits of the law. May even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. Sinners all gathered around Otis and look up toward the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between each frames, doesn't it? The photographer couldn't have possibly moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. See here, the expression risen on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe there's just a gloomy sort. Perhaps yet observe closer. Stiff arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Oh, that's the case. Maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory. I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. That's where bamboo-headed Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame? Or maybe this knows their craft for sure. They can't have to back to each other, but have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. In a likely scenario, must be the creator of this film deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like footage that violates the taboo. In which case, this film roll does not violate the Nest taboo, correct? That is highly probable. So he says, executive manager, should be in the clear for now, at least in regards to aiding a violation of a wings taboo. But he's willing to go through this much trouble just to test Corp's patience. It's hard to believe that he'd have stopped here. Based on all available evidence in the executive manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is a taboo violator on the run. But what motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a wing subsidiary is nothing on being an actual wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the back streets. Work for a subsidiary long enough and you might even get transferred to a factory job in the Nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at better life, so... maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? Sort of feeling that you could be doing more than live the rest of your life in 9-to-5 hell. The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled bamboo-hatted Kim, because he suddenly whipped around toward her and shook his head. Maybe. But how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing everything away they've built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah. I'm gonna start by doing something that technically doesn't count as a taboo, and inched on and on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. One thrillingly shot through this camera, and another with the next, until eventually he ended up recording actual footage. Cool, then leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do with it? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all of this part of the backstreets to see. What? Wouldn't they make everyone here, even those who unwittingly came across the projection? Right on. It'd have made those folks violators of the taboo. But why would anyone... So, would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? I asked around in the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they can make him a projector. Seemed like most of them turned him down. They also said he stopped showing up at a certain point. Fergus said he got his hands on a projector somehow. Yeah, because the projector was just there in the, photo room, wasn't it? Oh, this is not a type of event Corp to view recorded videos. Pray tell, why would any insane mind... Well, any type if you only made a projector in it. Actually, blokes are down for anything as long as there's coin. Huh. So how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same car as the pin frame team have just been identified in the vicinity. They're all carrying the same briefcase. Oh ho! Well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or a convention and just tail people who look like they're involved with what we're looking for. They'll just lead us to wherever we need to go. Indeed. At archery conventions, there would be those in floral plaid shirts and suspenders milling about, and I always trust them to lead me to where the convention venue was. Uh-huh. And was it common for those plaid shirt fellas to look around like they're scanning the area? Did they also go around checking people against photographs? Look, really, please advise for... That's to radio each other. Going to people like the clarinet, huh? Perhaps you could answer that series of questions yourself. Nope. This crowd didn't look like they were going to let us follow them. They're a little miffed at us, huh? We're straight at fighting them now, potentially in an odd-folks encounter. Kim didn't join us. You know, still folks down. They're very interesting. Okay. Yeah, the pride skills both do that. Makes sense. You can win those. Okay, go for that. This means that Ishmael should be getting the skill 3 photo taken? We'll see. Maybe I should have tried popping like a counter or something against that, just see how that goes. Could have been interesting. Acceleration punch. Barely nice. Weren't you countering that guy, or did I? No, you were just one-siding, right? Okay, yeah. So we have, what does it say? Doesn't seem to make it obvious. Heel turn. Oh, I see. It just straight up tells you. Okay. This one is Lucent Rippling Flame. Yeah, so skill 3s. Very interesting. Luckily, it doesn't make too big of an issue here. Sinclair needs to clash that. You are going to lose that, I think. just a hunch. That definitely kills you. Okay, so I don't need to worry about that guy at all. Hopeless. Okay, sure. Maybe just black at that guy then. Yeah, that works cool. Okay, you could just get all tails. I mean, we're fine. We got our sanity up. Sure, I guess. That was a clash of all time, that's for sure. Tragic.
저들의 목숨이 다하였어. 숨 돌릴 틈을 벌었는가.
하수가 버틸 판은 아니었지. 이제 좀 고수들만 남았어.
Do you lose any clashes here? Nope. Nope. Okay. Worth a shot, I guess. You guys doing? Oh, you're going for that guy. Yeah, that guy dies. You... I mean, you'll probably be fine, actually. Don't really need to do anything about that guy, I don't think. Neutral height. Okay, you can win that. Okay, well that works. Should be good.
잠시 신입용 매뉴얼 좀 보아도 되겠는가? 이 상황은 예상치 못해요.
Nice. Ouch. Imagine if that was the skill 3 instead that lost that clash. That would have been hype. Okay, nice. It happens, I guess. I'm not really in like danger of like suffering or anything, so it's not that big of a deal.
귀하들이 살뜰리는 전투를 좋아하는 건 알겠는데, 그래도 살릴 수 있는 돌은 살리는 게 낫지
Deal with
않나?
that one. You're sure. You're doing your best, I guess. Something like that's your best. I don't want to see your worst. Oh. Red Rose. Okay, nice. Package of punch being marked is fine. I could have let something go through just to let like on do like assist defense it, but I don't think it's really necessary at all to do anything like that. Black. Cool. Okay, claim this guy's bones. It's pretty good damage. Like, it's not like a bad skill or anything. He's just a bad unit just due to old designs, like philosophy, right? Okay, you shouldn't acupuncture, that's fine. You can be on that duty, that'll kill. You do not need to do anything about that guy. That's for sure.
부디 그러지 말았으면 좋겠구나. 검은 지금 것으로 충분하다.
Okay, send that. Good damage to a lot of them here. And yeah, this guy's being pummeled to death. Yeah. Big axe. Claim the bones, sure. Especially for like some older ideas that I really haven't run a lot with the speech bubbles. It's funny to see them in action with the speech bubbles. Okay. The only flesh time? Ooh, could be, could be. Could be height. I didn't check the speeds or what the assist units were doing there. That might have been bad. Oh. Well, Dawn's being thwacked a bit. Yeah, blunt weak. That's fine. It's her skill 3, so... we won't be getting another one of those anytime soon. Actually, was that her skill 3? I didn't even see. No, that was her skill 2, yeah. Nice. Meursault locked in. Yeah, it's I mean it's nice. Kind of underwhelming, but it was cool. Meursault's doing, you know, good job, buddy.
우두? 벌써 어딜 가십니까?
개갈 필요도 없어 보이니 방에 가서 세상 돌아가는 모습이나 보려 한다.
테레비나 보시겠다는 말.
Hype.
돌아오고 있어요.
Okay.
틀림에서
That was
다시 사람의
another
형상.
4?
살수의 방식으로는 절대 도달하지 못했을 결과일 테죠. 이젠 좀 알 것
Okay, yeah,
같네요.
we're 8 in and we're 2/3 of the way there.
에스사로 떠나기 전까지
There might be like, what, like
제가
3 or
현장
4 more
출입에서
nodes and then the
무엇을
story
배워가면
dungeon?
좋을지.
Okay. More of these guys. Actually, I could have backup units, huh? I probably should, just in case, I guess.
수금할 시간이야.
Are we doing on event currency? Oh, we're getting there. 2 more fights. Okay, cool.
칼을 부딪힐 시간입니다.
동주 상구 같은 배를 탔으니 돕긴 도와야겠지. 물론 나 말고 앵두가.
What are you doing? Oh, you're not even clashing. That would do it. That explains a lot.
자꾸 그렇게 농땡이를 부르시면 저는 눈물을 머금고 다른 두 분께 이 사실을
Let's see. Who can redirect these? Only you two can. I see. I see how it's gonna be. One of those sort of shindigs we got going on, eh? Try that. Okay, nice shindig. Nice shindig. Cool. Fill up our pride, you know, we need that. It's Pride Month after all.
네 상대는 나야.
That shouldn't matter too much. Actually, it might. Because doesn't she have a set rotation where she skill 1s into skill 1? Does that mean she's gonna get debuffed? Huh. I guess that is, in a sense, one of the things you need to, like, manage in this sort of gimmick. Since she's got, like, a very set skill rotation with how she gets her workshop weapons out of the bag. And I think, does she go into another skill 1 next, or does it skill 2? I'm actually not fully sure. Because what, Screw is the other skill 1. Does she do that turn too? No, she's using Nestor, which is skill 2. Okay, so she didn't actually need to worry. She's chilling. Yeah, you're exploding. Actually, it probably lives this, but good damage anyways. And now you hit the skill 2 with it next turn, but I think she does like what 1 2 1 2 3 I think roughly. So I don't think I need to worry about it with Ezra at all. If I'm interpreting the dimensional storage bag correctly.
저들의 목숨이 다하였어. 숨돌릴 틈을 벌었는가.
So weird having an event with so much like focused
한껏 버틸 판은
encounters.
아니었지. 이제 좀
It's very,
꿀꿀만
very
남았으려나?
odd. Let's look this through. Okay, don't worry about that guy then. Okay. Try something like that. Something like that. Okay, cool. That works. Oh, wait, you didn't do anything yet. Yeah,
물러서지
sure.
않겠습니다.
Otis is in this episode too. What stage you at? It's the... I don't know the number, it's the 9th stage, I believe, though. Did we start at 15? It's like, what, stage 24 or something? Sounds about right, 24, 23 maybe? It's something in that ballpark. Just dealing with these Corp guys. I think good chances are one of these kind of generic-y Corp guys is probably going to be the ID we get as the first banner of the next season, right? It feels like kind of like the perfect sort of thing for a, like, start of season banner, right? The kind of thing that's relevant but generic enough to not be, like, super, like, major.
이제 좀 고수들만 남았으려나?
That's what my money's on. Marco Boy, yeah. Definitely seems fitting. These guys they've got a very interesting gimmick to them. I guess it's also possible this ends up being, like, what they do. Like, it is possible they end up doing, like, a Season 0 Corp ID, right? Like, and that's, like, what Meursault gets, like, as the random Season 0 ID for him before his Canto. I feel like it's a little too relevant for that to be a good fit, though, so who knows. There's a lot of ways they can go about doing it. These guys have a funny gimmick. I'd be interested to see how it gets transferred to an ID, though. Since, I mean, I guess it theoretically could work the same way, where it debuffs enemies like skill 1/2/3 defensive skills, depending on what you use it against. But it's the kind of thing where, like, there's really not been anything that interacts with enemies about that entire, like, stuff, so it'd be very new. That's dominating tragic. Yeah, just do that. That works. Draw of the sword. Photograph. Look at this graph. Yep. Cool, cool. Quick. Nice, okay. Only a few left now. Yeah, one more came in. Don't think that matters too much. Okay, that guy's very dead. Cool.
나수가 버틸 판은 아니었지. 이제 좀 고수들만 남았으려나?
Yeah, just send that. That works. Should do good damage. Yeah, no, that was not happening. The old-fashioned yield my flesh. You just attack them with it. Don't even end up yielding any flesh or claiming any bones.
혹시 아냐? 나도 연기선처럼 새거 하나 생기면
필요하십니까?
Okay.
그럼 사드려야죠.
That's these guys dealt with, though.
확실하게 갈라지는 감각이었네.
Wasn't really giving a solid answer as to why they jumped us in this instance, though. I guess because we were tailing them?
방에 가서 세상
That's
돌아가는
probably not
모습이나
very
보려 한다.
appreciated, if I had to guess.
테레비나 보시겠다는 말.
No post-battle.
돌아오고 있어요. 뒤틀림에서
Pursuit
다시
2, okay,
살아나는
sure. This is where they're throwing all the,
절대 도달하지
filler
않을
nodes, I
것을
guess.
기대해줘.
Oh, there's something new, potentially?
S사로
Clear
떠나기
stage. Oh
전까지
boy.
현장 출입팀에서
I don't know if
무엇을
this is so
배워가는지
generic after all. We're fine. What's the worst that can happen here? Hardly a challenge. What a waste of time. Well, at least they're not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service includes not a combat specialized department. While they have all undergone basic combat training for extingent circumstances, they're not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They keep taking pictures of their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description? Huh. What are they snapping away for, then? Whispering behind our backs like a load of creeps. Collecting photos including the reports for their higher-ups, I wager. I can see how they could think we're involved in this somehow. Every time they followed a lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Meursault stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched them as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What does he wish to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? His sign shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance or whim. Hey, Meursault. Struck by the sense of brief yet distinct strangeness, like sort of stranger, I was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say, but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager, I will do as you order, so should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was as deflatingly concise and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that told him this was the specific response for situations like this. Okay. I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simple, that. An answer, nothing more. Yet, yes, a prepared answer written down in the list of responses. That's what it felt like to me. This particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so, with a curt, sure if you say so, I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered on the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out. So I did. It would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that, he spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? This was the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze, just as unknown to me as to you. If you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbatim explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again then? Had I tried to get to the bottom of the line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peak in Mnersoult's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of traveling together? Suppose it's not up for me to judge as well. Manager. Yeah? Another battle is imminent. As you have previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, Boss Clock! Are you just gonna sit there all day while we do the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over there. They must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear, Executive Manager. Let's neutralize these foes and head up there. Gotcha, be right there. The brief little battle came to a close, and battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Meursault had predicted, we had made our way into the building. Bloody hell, them blokes we fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. How does Corp have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. Haha, it is a wing after all. Or is the taboo violators thought the culprit worked alone? I'm quite certain they're the ones from the subsequent reports. The Corp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. Clearly, they were expecting to find the taboo violator here, not this big group of a dozen or so people. What were they thinking, sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume experiences containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Well, wasn't there the extra report that one of them's all of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with a metallic whir of some kind of machinery, and immediately, I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. The exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw on the Chunokun's faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly, with the dull, worn-out groan of the thing past its prime. Men! Shield your eyes! The moment it began amid a faint ray of light, Otis thundered in a commanding voice. Gah! I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. I saw that episode finished! Just as panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks, it's starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks the darkness past my, metaphorically speaking, shut eyes. Mentor! Eyes open, Ongdu. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? Hell's wrong with you? Do you know that anyone that watches even a split second recorded video in Corp gets... Of course I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. The video's not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators, the N-Corp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the side of the wall. And this was its message, delivered via white words on a black background. So you've tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, I still ended up finding this place. All of you planning to continue fake experience after fake experience without even caring about the real thing. Case number TC3224. You are under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Okay, my headphones are dying. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recording. Should you comply, we will. What is foolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools? Sure, I guess. Those are words. The hollow vessel, bereft of all but lingering delusions, grants not even a brutal of echo to the dogged excoriation of tools. What's this fella on about? You mean to obstruct our duty, we won't hesitate to use force. Clang. Without even so much as turning around, bamboo-headed Kim raised his sword and parried away the N-Corp employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say this abomination has no consciousness. For what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. Blindly consuming fake experiences. So repeating the same sentences over and over. Now, that does make me wonder, was I just as far gone when I distorted, past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all the while effortlessly swatting away the N-Corp employee's attacks. So he was goading us into telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination. Just that it wields that contraption, must have wielded the only thing I have really known. The blade, transformed to a mindless feed, consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe, unrestrained. Hey, Junior, you still on about that? Tried to avert my eyes. I truly did. But such disregard was easier said than done. How can I, when the distorted being has no qualms showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of the fathoms one's heart is? That's gotta be illegal or something. Illegal, I say! Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run, a mere amp for a car in motion into a swerving driver. Conjuring dread follows before the eyes of their mentor, simply unconscionable. Rude as hell, some may say. My poor heart almost burst out my chest, courtesy of you. Yep. In a split second, I think I saw Meursault's eyebrows trench. The battle is imminent, manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps. Pop. Blinding flash followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. And when it did... First thing came to view was a particularly unsettling landscape of S-Corp, followed by bamboo came surrounded by a small army of Chunokun. Mentor! Keep that up and you'll shout me deaf, Ongda. Isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such sights? Mentor, still do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat, that they might bind and drag you away? This isn't so bad, is it? It's just these folks so far, unlike earlier when... Another flash. But what was that? Everything went dark. I understand what's happening, but first things first. We need to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far and wandering all day for this exact reason, and so that was its mechanism. Faust? The words began to shift rapidly before I had the chance to ask what Faust meant. The one who finds comfort in settling in lies, and give you what you most deserve your gaze. Pop. Pollux will be applied before today's over at this rate. It changed. It did? Like the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. As Meursault identified, there was something different about the group of Chunokun this time. They were accompanied by someone else. A warrior in impressive armor wielding a sword that was just as tall. That armor, and a great Wando of the Sal Circle. To be reunited in such a manner. Oh! Warrior drew a bow that hung from the waistguard and nocked an arrow. Suppose this is how it would have gone down, had he been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner Im Gyop Yop. How do you fare, friend? At the signals, arrow Luseg seized the accused. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that air splattering sound as their cue, the Chunokun began to swarm us. Battle time!
조심하는 것이 좋지 않겠는가?
Specifically mini-boss time. Guys seem the same. Flash phenomenon. Im Gyop Yop. Im Gyong Yop. Memory transition. It's a little different for you, it looks like. These guys are the normal one? Yeah. Okay. Retreat a turn entries in a different location. Turning to the field. Current battle form gain. Number of turns or 5 million cell. Bear Hunt. Single coin skills. Gains advantage at higher swordplay. Okay. Let's see. High stacks are big base power, low coin power. Low stacks are low base power, high coin power. Okay. And so if he's using single coins, yeah. Single coin stuff, so we want to give him lower base power, more coin power. So he wants to be lower. Gain shield, yeah. Okay. Simple enough. He's at 5 now. So once we break the shield, the encounter ends. Easter Wars are arms to be equipped as long as they're piloted, when it's such an example. Fire Corp's powered suit armor, full plate army, Knights of the West. Dujang Byzantine. I see. Also, question for 2 turns in a row. Check on the text. Turn after spent in stagger, low morale. Okay. Salpipio. Yep. Because it's what, like flesh, bones, and blood, I think? That's what Salpipio means. Okay, and we do the gimmick right, you'll just get a bunch of fragile. What's the title? Apex season only the gifted. And you've got this head-splitting memory bit too, yeah, okay. Let's see. Is this where we mess with this? Yes. Unclashable assist units, Trojan centers. Skills assist defense exclusive character and breakable coin. I see. So we just need to clash this. Sure. Seems simple enough. I don't know how much I need to worry about you guys, but probably not a lot. Honestly. God, right? You just do that, yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. You're going to not win any clashes because you're Faust, yeah. Checks out. Hey, you can just do that, and then we can, like, honestly just gamble on you. Might be the best play. Struggling, yeah. You can actually deal with that reliably. That's probably better. What clash do I not want to gamble like this? Probably just don't bother with claiming their bones right now. Yeah. Neutral? That's fine. That works. Cool. Actually, I really should have had... I should have dealt with the funny attack with a high speed person so I could actually get the sword play stacks down sooner rather than saving it for later. Okay, there we go, though. Not too bad. Harry Kim. It's been a while since I've seen, like, the Kim Altai story and that sort of stuff, but, like... I don't know if this has... I don't know if this was his lord. I don't... It doesn't seem like his lord, but I don't know. It would make sense, so who can say? Bah! This definitely feels like what they're gonna make the Reflect trial out of. This feels like a Reflect trial fight. Okay. There's the up arrow and the down arrow. I see. The blue one we just ignore. So much HP. The fight ends when we get rid of his shield. It's kind of just visual here. Let's see. Yeah, you guys are doing a bunch of garbage this turn, huh? Can you win anything? No. Foolish of me to assume you'd be able to win anything. Get your sword play down more. We can do that. That works, yeah. And then you... Oh, you can't clash anything, huh? Oh, no, you can clash that. Okay, nice. That works. That guy's got poise damage up. Not nice. Yeah, I think if I kill these guys, there's just gonna be more, right? Almost certainly. Haven't seen anything along that sort, but it's probably just gonna be like a defense skill or something that's like, yeah, summons enemies afterwards. Or maybe it'll just be like how his his whole retreat mechanic, right? How he leaves for a bit and then comes back. It's very possible that like he won't, once he retreats, he won't come back until we deal with all his minions. Bear spine breaker. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, you'll retreat at the end of this turn.
다수가 버틸 판은 아니었지. 이제 좀
Just immediately do that. Yeah, that's
남았으려나?
pretty well. Sure. Try that. See how the damage is looking. Nice. Pretty good damage from that. Oh, we actually did enough to get his armor down one, so that's good. Once we get the armor to 0, that's when we win, so... That's what really matters. Sure. I guess. So I'm very good at maintaining poise. It seems like one of those fights where there's not much we can do about that. It's gonna be poised, and then we just gotta accept that. Such is life. Hype the 2/ damage up next turn. That'll change everything, surely. Surely. The retreater. I see. And it just takes the form of the actual projector here. On? What do you mean on? That's a new one. Because normally that's where it says, like, indestructible, unseverable, like, all that sort of thing. What do you just mean on? I don't know. What are you guys doing? You're tagging that. You're blocking that guy. We'll just clash with... I mean, let's clash with people who need sanity. Still. You can clash too. For funsies. And let's just hit you with prior weak attacks. Save our strong attacks for the future.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
Certainly interesting. That guy's done for. Nice. Make sure you get the funny attack on the projector. That's good. Did a lot of damage to it just like that. I don't think we kill this turn because we just hit it with a bunch of skilled ones, but we can probably take it down next turn. Hopefully that helps. You know, no passives being shown means it's kind of hard to say for sure how big of a difference it makes, but it definitely feels like something we're intended to do, so probably good. Yeah, not more retreats here. Is it showing the passives now? Well, you return from S Corp to N Corp this turn. He'll finish your shenanigans. Okay, nice. Cannot be killed.
앵두야, 네가 하면 농이 아니라 진담 같으니 부디 그러지 말았으면 좋겠구나. 검은 지금 것으로 충분하다.
Okay. Do we have options, I guess? Actually, are you guys being... No, it's all up to us. Okay, that's fine. Just throw random stuff against those guys, and then, everyone else just whack this. Yeah, like that. That works. Cool. That'll get that to 1 HP, and, therefore, will be nice and chilling. Get back to the funny bow guy. East. Okay, and it's like immediate. Good to know.
앵두야,
You
왜
get
갑자기
unstaggered,
아무
that's
말도 안
fine.
한 건지 궁금하구나.
덧붙일 말이
Okay, you have some
없으면
stuff to say?
형세가 유리해서 그랬습니다.
Yeah, okay, cool.
심심하시면 시라도
Now we want you to be high swordplay.
됐다. 조용히 있어.
So I don't even want to clash that. We don't have a way to increase your swordplay here, do we? Not good. Well, just these two, and like, red reduces it. I don't want to reduce it now, so might be a rough turn. Ooh, yeah. That's not fun. Oh wait, no, wait, it's perfectly fun. No, we want this, don't we? Of course. You can't redirect you, that's fine. She'll be fine. Good news. What are you up to? You're hitting that. Okay, you can't clash that. That's good though. I can't redirect you either. Whatever. We're gonna get thwacked a bit here, it seems. We can do a little thwacking as well, though. Get the Orcalgia running. Probably should have done this earlier, but you know, better late than never.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
Yeah, you're gonna hit Ezra a bit. Ezra's got 1700 HP. I'm not that worried about her. Just being honest. A bit strong. Okay, scary, but we pull through. It's got bad base power, that helps. And we get funny attack. Cool. That helped cut off more of the shield. Delightful. Unfortunately, we did hit one of the minions too, so it kind of undervalues, you know, part of the ego. Or not the ego, the attack. That's one of those attacks that does a lot more damage if it's only a single target. Did you do 3 armor now, so that's good. Very nice. We sure are skill 3ing one of the nameless guys, but like it's Blade Lineage Otis. What else is she gonna do? Okay, nice. This will be good damage as well, right? The Uria Atelier stuff. Very much so. Yeah, 300 like that, nice. If I can get you to like, I can definitely get you to like 2 armor next turn, I think, right? Oh, I get you 2 armor now. That's good. Cool. That's not gonna win anything else, so just do that. I don't trust these clashes in general. I will do that again though, because that's funny. What are you guys even doing here? You were clashing that. Oh, well, we can handle that. You were also going for that. Yeah, no. We're not letting you do that. Actually, Meursault might just explode, huh? We didn't get Unrelenting active this turn because we didn't get the Pride res. Yeah. Well, if it happens, right? Not much I can do about it at this point. I've accepted it. Such as Meursault's fate. We did get, like, the sword stacks up. The sword stacks are at 6, you know? That's decent. Might be enough. Oh, it doesn't even kill. Okay, yeah, I guess it's not doing too much damage because of the debuff we've given it. Sure. Kill the random guy with that, yeah. Yeah, this ego is very needed for you to do much of anything, it feels like. Like, that's kind of sad damage for how it took, like, half of your HP bar each time. Let's see. Do we get it to 1 here? Not quite. Almost, though. And you got a turn before you retreat. You retreat at the end of this turn.
필요하십니까? 그럼 사드려야죠. 값을 받고 빚이라도 내서 제일 좋은 검으로 하나 장만해 드리면 됩니까?
앵두야, 네가 하면 농이 아니라 진담 같으니 부디 그러지 말았으면 좋겠구나.
Yeah, and just whack you. That should be good.
충분하다.
You've got 5 paralysis, but like on top of that, you've got like no coin power now, so it's basically just true. Okay, I should stop speaking maybe. Whatever. At least we got acupuncture here. That was scary. Sure. Do we get you to 1 armor this turn though? We've got some good attacks here, I wouldn't be shocked. If so, then we just need to do 1 more cycle and then you die. Which should be easy enough. Simple enough fight, cool gimmick. Curious how the fleck trail if this is gonna go. Yep, there's the 1 armor now, so that's good. Yep, that checks out. I can't be shocked. Just physically can't. It's exactly how things kind of tend to go with that guy. Cool. You don't even have any guys now. Oh, there they are. Yeah, yeah. I shouldn't say anything. Rada, rada.
앵두야, 그 말은 많이 안.
Yeah, have the weaklings just go for that, and then the people who can do damage just do that. Hype. We've got Kurokomo Heathcliff here. He's exactly what we've been looking for. Don't you fret. You're gonna get staggered by that Unbreakable. I don't think that's a non-staggering Unbreakable because it's only on a single coin. Yeah. As expected. I probably just should have saved the Thundercleave so I could actually get a funny roll of the back 3 later, huh? Actually, I could do funny roll of the back 3 this turn. From like just popping on with the minions, I guess. I mean, it's an idea. Okay, you guys are being distracted. We're just gonna go all out here because their skill 3 isn't worth saving. Boo-womp. You're fine. We don't really need to be super strong going into the next fight, I don't think. Tragic. Yeah, checks out. Punch.
귀하들의 전투는 늘 낭부를 불러오지. 기대하겠네.
어디
Okay.
기록 좀 볼까?
And just send it now.
동주 상부 같은
Cool.
배를 탔으니 돕긴 도와야겠다.
And now you're in low sword stance again, yeah.
앵두가
모두도 도우셔야 합니다.
Bit scary.
준다고 자꾸 그렇게 롱땡이를 부리시면 저는 눈물을 머금고
Do we think we can just one-side him to death, though? Yeah, sure, just throw the binds out there. Why not? What else is there to do? Oh, Yuria. Well, that would do it. Actually didn't push it over the edge. Well, it will... Or other attacks will then. Or myriad of attacks. Okay, but you're busy using your empowered skill on a random grunt. I guess you've got priorities. My bad. My condolences. Okay, yeah, we do pull through. The bear splitter. Alright, cool. I shall set my form right. Just a little more, and I think we might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but... Yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with a huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. It made it a whole lot easier if we could get rid of just one of them. Battle seemed to be taking a toll on the sinners, more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe, not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Ongdu were here to help us out. But... have they had enough? It's about time they gave up, innit? Boy, don't you go legging it again. Big sword-carrying fellow sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving the distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Or because it's blocking it ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. A battlefield constantly shifting between and flashing between Corp and Corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Gyop, who was swinging that grey blade with frightening force. Besides... Ongdu, go cover his back too. It shall be done. Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed like a sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest had alerted Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust? Otis? Help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain and starting to navigate a situation I knew so little about, instead of relying on the sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements Corp is sending after us. And second, will defeating him Gyop or destroying the projector bring an end to the distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it's unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy's stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in the strain machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there's little hope of prevailing through the current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me, too. Maybe we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon at the very least. Faust recommends entering the Dungeons of the Fathoms as our exit. Dungeons of the Fathoms? But how can I enter if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe. During the LCV regular checkup back at the LCE, I thought you have to read what's on the note from the distortion. Apparently it's some kind of a code. Right, keywords. It's the location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes take us, Corp with the security of Corp are still within its range. Other words, as long as they have the right keywords, can summon an entrance to the Dungeon of the Fathoms from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for this distortion then? Ho and I provided us with the necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them has to be photographed. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon. If I may, perhaps experience maybe one of them. Yusang put his 2 cents in, having basically retreated from battle of the backlines. This undercurrent obsession with experiences staining his every trail, it must have odd in relation to do with causes distortion. Experience, the concept alone lacks substance. I want something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience, while maintaining a through line to Corp's technology that was the core of his obsession. Can't experience? Most likely, thinks Faust. Alright then, photograph can't experience. Not seems to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. That's strange. Agent was mentioning that word shook the distortion caused that rippling effect. There's not enough to force it to open the dungeon fathoms. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were all taking turns sharing what might have caused him to distort. And the way folks were saying your piece one after one, I thought it would be some sort of Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, no. But where'd scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secrets and invisible eyes focused elsewhere. Terrapers of interest a wit. You've been poking around in this area of town with an eye-watering expensive camera in tow, so conspicuous that every store owner I'd lightly prodded information had tales to tell about him. His tale added another facet to the long saga of a once-driven man, and with a can-do attitude and uncanny ability to pull himself up his own bootstraps, and a clear path towards the Nest residence, who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. That went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper, barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man lost grip out of fortune and reality. Sought out the apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity gather together and encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. Shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once in the past. It would be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised at the fact that this distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in bamboo-hatted Kim. Photograph, can't experience, and scraps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the distortion's fathoms. Well then, we'll be right behind you, Executive Manager. Besides, this is what I've seen then, the gateway to one's fathoms. Yeah, this is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect her focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle and prepare to enter the dungeon's fathoms, but Hong Liu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding off the Encore employees. They're gonna follow us right in there if we run in now, right? Haha, probably. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we are can travel this pathway when it's open, so... yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrower corridor. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, bamboo-hatted Kim stepped up. My sword arm's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? This thing decided to let me believe this is about more than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was... WTF. Huh? What a terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere, make it easier for us to believe you. Do you think that terrible exclusive was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, Sword Singer? You're not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. And we're hearing that entering down the fathoms bring one to the spiritual fathoms the distortion is gazing into. And what lies within must be my very own, for that is what the abomination is gazing into. It's decided then. You're coming with us. We about to walk in blind in a place we know about me. Guide us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... He keeps it simple. You try that too. Learn the hard way that homework like summer reading doesn't go away because you don't look at it. It's still there even as the summer break comes to an end, ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. Arayashiki's scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework, save the GP... Sure. Alright. Face the sin, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior. You guys too, LCB. I can handle them all on my own. You'll make a lone stand? Hey, who do you think I am? I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This is basically a Monster of the Week situation for Team Leader and me back in our duo days. It quite literally was, yeah. With the photographer. I can handle them on my own, no problemo. I didn't want to see how you guys handle the inflection point, but I guess you can never really have it all. Oh well, because I'll have to trust our two OSIR team newbies to handle that. I think about it, I'm setting a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but Seems I have no choice in the matter as long as the employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim just shook his head and enjoyed us dragging his feet all the while. Bringing to get him as an assist unit height. I shall take the vanguard. Mentor, be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over, you may trip. I can clearly see that, Ongdu. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, don't you? Have you need of one? A mere chest, you needn't worry.
기아들이라면 능히 이길 것이라 우두? 벌써
Sure.
어디 가십니까?
개갈
Fathom's
필요도 없어
time.
보이니 방에 가서 세상 돌아가는 모습이나 보려 한다.
테레비나 보시겠다는 말 아닙니까? 돌아오고 있어요.
Okay, I guess
뒤틀림에서
first and foremost,
다시
though,
사람 형상으로.
we can get Honglu. Yippee.
탈수의 방식으로는
A flea can't escape the whatever.
뛰어봤자 벼룩이라니까요.
A flea can't escape the hand closing over it. That's so true, Honglu. We've all been saying this. Okay. I actually don't know if I've got enough XP tickets for this. Not really, no. Let me... Real quick. Send, like... Let's just send 5. Sure.
잘 봐, 멍청이들.
That'll work.
검.
I'm fine on modules right now. Cool. And yeah, like Ishmael, I'm just gonna skip this update story.
일이 나오시죠? 노비면 노비답게, 죄인이면 죄인답게. 이 오랫줄에 묶이시게.
Yeah, he's killing people. Yada yada. Okay, cool. Now I can take a look at Hongwu a little bit. Since I didn't really look at him at all, so... I want to see how some of these look. Yeah, Trust is 10% more pride damage, -2 speed. Base 3, loses 1 second inflictor does not hit this unit this turn. So it's basically permanent if you just keep on attacking it, like... Skill 1, like, helps maintain it. I think the skill 2 consumes it, right? It consumes 1, yeah. That's fine enough, but yeah. Counter inflicts it, and this skill inflicts it too. Yeah, 1 pride fragility. A lot. How much damage does he get on his passives? 20%, 30%. I mean, big pride res. That's a 50% damage buff in total. Pair that with like 10% more from like this. Like, yeah, it's some good damage benefits. Like, it's gonna be very good for Tremaine 1 self gaming, I think. And that's about all I have to say about it. I can also modularize now, so that's good. Let's get back to it. Question mark, question mark, question marks, Fathoms. We're actually going to learn about whatever this guy's deal is. Who do I have underleveled? Oh, it's you. I see, it's the Kurokumos that are just kind of there. Not really gonna plan on using them, I don't think. That's how everyone's been living. Then my life, my photographs too. So this is S-Corp 2, right? It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Extraordinary scene, they wouldn't be surprised to find an S-Corp themed haunted mansion. This place is hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than one expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth? Really? I think it has a cool vibe. Vibes, my foot. I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. Lives of downtrodden would be set by 1,000 woes and 10-fold more struggles. The streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I had contemplated in consternation how the folk here had even the will to live on. Rather than to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. Distortion reveals the fathom that those it gazed into, and as Kim had said, perhaps this is how S-Corp was reflected in Kim's eyes. On days where skies were spotless blue, without orders from the counselor, I'd scale the roof of that chocha and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. Thought of your respite still in mind, yet in this mirror world another has walked here before my arrival. I join him in looking up at the thatched roof of the choga. Beneath it, a wicked torso tunnel I have passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There's a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up towards the man on the star roof. Im Gyong Up. Are you home? Are you home? I asked. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you come seeking the master of the house? You're not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It's unbecoming. We see funny S-Corp logo, and yeah, the funny multicolors of it. A dog? Really now? I can see you up there lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? There's such an odd occurrence to transpire twice successive. The work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and old military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me? Heh, she certainly knows her jests. She marches forth vested in war strider armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else might she be but military commissioner Gyop Yop, the principal of the famed Im family? You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. Not so noble that it deserves to be complimented an epithet so grand as the principled. Ah, not a compliment. You see, Commissioner, this is a rhetorical technique known as backhanded compliment, which I damn you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter? Why, am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This was our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I wouldn't ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. I would become friends with someone who kept pushing my buttons. Maybe, but people do find friendships like personalities if they have a taste for prickliness. You've got a friend in us, don't you? Fine, you have a point. Because I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons, too. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to the Sashi gotcha-digging, pun-riddled... Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. Very interesting that Ishmael is calling Kim as being pun-riddled. Wonder if there's a lot that just isn't being translated very well. Doesn't translate well, right? It's because of that. It's the same look that she took the joke rather well than responded by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes, but I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. But I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. She's only speaking of a man they call Kim Lib, a man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, might erase the sins of his forefathers and exile himself to the back streets. You have the seer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart. Did he find in the path of sword another way into the nest? As the right state counselor's sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All the superlatives, yet the reality is that I've merely found the path of man-butchery as a viable way of life. Directing the compliments you have towards the right state counselor, if you will, I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Not a compliment, just a word on the street. Huh, you're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy of reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough pretty. Keep it simple, spelled as bamboo-hatted Kim, thank you. Haha, and does he continue to veer away from the line? I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, O mighty one. If I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you in 2, 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So feel free to continue traipsing outside the line, but in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and... Really? Stalking someone was not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No, it's really a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me free rein to continue traipsing outside the line. Couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers of kindness. Not that I ever do. Sure of a way with the words. A way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps yet are such japes not to be expected among fellowships of close mutual bond. They don't look like friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why she's been watching you? I I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, this is Wishing Cairn, yeah. I speak the game of Sukjion. Say them for City of Dano. I was throwing rocks at passers-by. Okay, not Wishing Cairn. Fie on thee! That is a wrong deed, good sir. So Bamboo Head Kim looks like, yeah. Suppose people Pio and Val in particular found it to be distasteful. But Pip was fine with it. But the P and the Downtrodden cheered me on to a degree. I found it cathartic, the blood, yeah. Oh, curious. Then is it a right deed or a deed not right? P.O.? Sal? Whatever is it thou art describing? It is a well-known truth that S-Corp is also known by its other name, Sal Pipio Agro Industries. Being specialized in the general agricultural livestock industry of the city, the vastness and the depths of the responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, in 19 split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industries. Sal, Pit, and P.O., each meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Sal, responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains. P.O., responsible for the meat and livestock. And P, in charge of the technical aspects of both. As a scientist and researcher who once sold at S-Corp, must have felt the persecution the P faced firsthand. It is believed that Trinity were designed for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested, and keep another in check when needed. So it's a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S-Corp. Alas, the noble intention of yesteryear now lies sullied. The Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief state councilor and monopolizes the rights that the common folk starve. Adherent of the bone wants a right state councilor, toadies to sell and rises to the seat of the left state councilor. And such shams conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please. Anguish cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus the common folk reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of the emancipated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them to yield both? An oft-heard poem when walking the streets of S-Corp. Ho! Oh-ho! Then the people whom thou have targeted with thy rocks were... They weren't people. Rats. Rats? Oh yes, the council finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance than if you want to crush them. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of seeing the real quick to better pilfer what the common folk rightly deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So you purposely threw a rock at his feet, trimmed to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat? I see. Well, I simply could not help but to react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. Pfft. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do, I could use a good laugh about now. Just hardly express my gratitude, that is all. Those whose corruption revealed ought to readily receive their scarlet oribons. They got to scamper with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them. Until now. Well, if that is your intent, you're invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. I don't want to get thrown in a dungeon teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was going to do just that. So, when will you stop being a sword and be human again? What? When do you clock out? I see, you're not the kind of person who'll ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state councilor. Return to this chog when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Ha! She's a funny one, Mentioned this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was... Correct! I had mentioned her a few times a drinking fellow I had left behind in S-Corp. I must say, I myself found that relationship most intriguing. The military commissioner of the South acting to fraternize with the bodyguard of the right state councilor, who was of the P faction. Still, I know not that the fellow was not a military commissioner of S-Corp. Ongdu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you had ties to a second ordinate official, a military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that. Well, I was in the service of the right state councilor, who's a first ordinate, you know. Well, that might be true, yet... You would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up in an exile from S-Corp? Yes, your science over matters of such great importance is why I have come to introduce you to others the reticent one, Mentor. We had made the Blade Lineage our home, for S-Corp revealed no home for us but the Lineage. But you, Mentor, I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes before moving on. We followed without a word. Dungeon time proper? Yep. How big is it? Seems average, yeah. Path that we choose. Give me the blood path. That sounds fun. Something P. I don't know, N Corp. You think it's gonna look bleed inflict nails, tremor burst, I have a feeling that's probably like the worst of the gifts I could have chosen. Whatever. Not much that can be done about that now. And nice, now Otis is benched. The good ending.
그대, 이 검이 필요하오.
Oh, normal enemies. Resentful and hateful Celsius. Defeated, fly poised over the Lineage allies, yep. 20 doesn't look slash and left him a slot. Okay. Simple enough. Fredera's time, height.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
I mean, like, the nails aren't, like, bad or anything, right? That's more bleed count. That's nicer for building up bleed. I don't know. I feel like there's... I probably should have expected it, though, right? Like, I go for the one that's, like, marked as being, like, bleed. And then I'm, like, shocked that I get the bleed faction gift. Should have just gone for clashing swords. That probably was, the free correct answer. Kim's in the battle. Oh yeah, he sure is. Yeah. I should probably take a look at him. What does he have? Brand. No. Targets because of the highest max power. Yep. Wait, 81, yeah, checks out. She would level are you? 60, checks out.
조심하세요. 노비인 줄 알고 묶어둘 뻔했잖아요.
What a freak. Brighter is. You know what that means, fish? Hey? It's a normal encounter, it's simple enough. Right. The most shocking thing about Kim is that he didn't have any flavor text in his passives. I mean, I guess I'd say nice poise, but like it's really not. Like you get one crit. Unless this gives, unless like Claim Their Bones gives poise count before. Oh, it does. Cool. He got poise count. He's chilling. Yeah, he's killing. Yeah, he's killing. So wholesome. He really is just a guy. It's so height.
귀하들이라면 능히 이길 것이라 믿. 우두? 벌써 어디 가십니까?
Yeah, he's a little good.
개갈 필요도 없어 보이니 방에 가서 세상 돌아가는 모습이나 보려 한다.
테레비나 보시겠다는 말 아닙니까?
Yeah, I want to help you. Yeah, Honglu, you got this. Water dropper. Now that it gains assist defense, gain protection, and damage up. Now one played into gains 2 haste, deals big speed damage difference. Okay. Curious how many of these will be in the mirror dungeon, because that's definitely a strong effect.
단테, 이번에는 누굴 베어버리면 되는 거야?
Dante.
조심하는 것이 좋지 않겠는가? 모제스 아씨께서도 누누이 말했지. 갑작스레 달라진 행동에 주의하라고.
전부 잡아드리죠.
귀와 요격. 함수. 정리로. 우리 때에도 저런 미움을 보이시며 배워야 할 것을 뵐 때가 있었지요.
다음번에는 뵐 수 있겠죠.
과거는 과거.
Ego and Meursault, I haven't been able to use it yet. I didn't get the ego. I haven't pulled for it. I mean, I pulled for it, but I didn't get it right. It definitely seems pretty good. It's very cheap. The first time you use it, it's literally only costs 3 pride. Like, you'll be able to get it off really easily. And the benefits are pretty solid. The resentment only lasts for effectively 4 turns, but whenever any ally dies, you get another one. And you get it again if you just use the ego again, so it seems pretty easy to maintain. I can't say I've tested it yet, though. I haven't been able to. I guess actually I should check to see if I've got a support Meursault. Actually, it's too late for that, isn't it? Because I'm in the dungeon already. Yeah, oh well. Something I should have done. I always forget support units exist. Yeah, left their unbreakable coin, it seems. God, Unbreakables was a 18 minus 3. A bit rough. I do know this is like the attack that we're kind of like building up to, right? Like, oh, at 20 plus poise, gain slash series.
그 주전부리는 귀하들이라면 능히 이길 것이라 믿. 우두? 벌써 어딜 가십니까?
개갈 필요도 없어 보이니 방에 가서 세상 돌아가는 모습이나 보려 한다.
You glimpse the figure staring off into the darkness of the unlit prison. Okay, well, don't lie, I guess. My bad. Should have figured. I do like how these nodes are continuable. You know, in case you get washed by these guys, you can, you can spend lunacy to revive. Alas. Game just stopped with a grim look in his face. Again, I'm returned to this day. Supposed to drop to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor, I've been here before. Ah, have you? Had a peek at my memories when I had distorted, did you? Haha, I must say, it's a bit embarrassing that my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. This flippant demeanor and seemingly devil art, and this must be, indeed, the right state counselor's estate. Someone whom I had once protected, thought was worth protecting. He pushed open the main gates and made his way to the front yard. Watch out, Ongdu. Take a tall step over. Or you might trip. There were bodies splayed out of the yard, and I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split daily, and some were so mangled I could hardly tell which pieces belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? Were they doing the counselors? No, were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. They're looking at what remains of them. I had but a moment to glimpse it. I clearly remember the S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's Fathoms looked like. The hats these corpses are, or were wearing, are adorned with the same logo. In this corrupt land, the right state counselor's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in the tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truth in S-Corp, where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them, the left state counselor, with the chief state counselor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army, but they are prohibited in our homeland. Kind of like how the great houses of H-Corp had their own armies. It's similar to what's happening, but not exactly. As Corp's circumstances were to be seen in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company, whose employees hourly appear to all be working for the same side, is in fact fractured within certain departments, what leads to a different individual than the chief executive. Assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance. I had thought this no different, though with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises. While realizing that I had placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Gah! Ugh. Looking at the team with assassins, I recall thinking how odd just how many of them they had sent. The left state counselor's power had grown to loom over that of the king. I didn't realize how risky such a brave attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate counselors of the royal court would have been. Foolish. I can't. I have failed you, counselor. There's simply too many of them, and that they had decided that tonight they would finally slay the counselor or die trying. Soon overwhelmed, eventually some of them managed to get around me and reach the bed chamber. When I heard them breach the door, all strength left me and I fell on my knees. I, Kim Lib, am a poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I have failed you. I knew the offer of the fell scheme was, the left state counselor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too meager a person to carry on your will, counselor, what I can do is plant the seeds of terror into the hearts of the unjust, and shackle the blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal, and see that this favor is repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the counselor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right counselor. I see that you have been hard at work. Curse a parasite, I'll flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some call you to show your face here. Oh, here, you mean the home of the honorable right state counselor who toils day and night in service of the royal court. I know the assassins were sent by the left state corridor. Get out of my way. Just collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? Cruelty of your damning words and oppression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. What? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered right state counselor arrived at the royal court. These audacious, contumelious effrontery is an affront not only to the royal court, but to the heavens and men alike. The revered left state counselor, who had long been in disagreement with the right state counselor on matters of state, found this offense to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day writ on the letter. Huh? Yet a tragedy has struck. All those I have sent to protect the noble counselor are slain, the brave and just of their honorable hearts trampled upon the ground by this villain. Another villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court. Whoops. Thus we are perforce to arrest this criminal and restore the rule of law. You spout senseless drivel. I saw your men make their way to the council's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The counselor? Might you be living with the right state counselor here, alive and well? My lord? The vile wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered, perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Do you think you overrun the entire private army in the left state counselor's service? He sent so many of his men to their deaths, just to lure me into a trap. Why? I don't take the compliment. You're not even the apex bay of the homeland, nor are you the Unguiam. But you've become a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan, you constantly getting my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can't be! For what it's worth, young man, I am sorry. I raised the error of my ways. The truth is, though S-Corp is indeed a pond of turbid water. It was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect the revered Right-State Counselor. That was a curse upon the villain. In his quest for the Right-State Counselor's life, the Butcher's man has already watered the ground with S-Corp's laborers, the very lifeblood that runs in the veins of this most serene wing. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none of these counselors' sworn guard, Kimlib. Hun. Heed us, O villain. Obey! And let the Orobombs take you. Fallen far, my friend. You were once considered candidate to the honor of Ungiom. And with that brand of Nobi stabbing your strength, you your master of the blade will only dull. Are you to be my executioner, Yongyop? I hadn't received the orders to behead you, if that's what you're asking. Nor would it benefit someone in my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. Counselors abandoned me. There's no path forward. Self-bureaucracies is more corrupt than I had thought. Rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once the game has been lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. But I stop playing this unfair game where the opponents are started with stones placed on all 9 star points on the board, and find a place where you can begin anew, in equal standing. As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations, I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. Commissioner of the court isn't so fickle they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal. As the royal court, you're as good as inconsequential, for that even if you were to free, you would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles. Some things can't be done without bending a rule or two. And you are needed. S-Corp's future is in the need of those who are less bound by expectations. Like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say I wanted to show gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share common quality. They're both debts to be repaid. Gyeongyop, come with me. There's no hope left for S-Corp. You said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as we're playing their rigged game. Listen, they might have a 9-stone advantage over you, but to me, it's as small as 3. I managed to keep my fingers on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says to catch a tiger, you must enter its den. But wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There, all done. Their bonds are severed. Go now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of S-Corp. You have a way of relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't have it in me to take such a grand purpose. I'm done with S-Corp. You know how I am. I just go with the flow. Yes, yes. Do as you will, go with the flow, be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the currents of the river will someday bring you back to S-Corp. That's all. Though I had left the rigged game, my records after weren't stellar. The laying of stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. Joined the Blade Lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library, until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move to self-defeating move. When Gyeongyop had let me go, I thought I escaped the tiger's maw. But they let the game progress with the flow. Soon came to realize that my life was an endless sequence of connect and dies. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the decent humanoid form began to grow like wildfire, and those in the entire of the Blade Lineage, one by one, leapt over the wall and approached us. Like the projections of Kim's darkening fathoms, they're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impressions a person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable. Then they must be after... Yeah, Kim believed that the Blade Lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. Fair enough thing to believe, honestly. I'm not shocked he'd come to such a conclusion. Yep. No camera antics or anything of that sort going on. What are you guys doing? Okay, cool. I see. Yeah, do that, sure. Looks good. What is beautiful? What is not? So true.
반복한 일격이었어. 실로 둥근
Wholesome.
적의 기세가 풀이 꺾인 것 같네만.
취하기라도
But these guys are
했는지
trussing.
교환수가 엉망이 됐더구나.
Hmm? Oh, it's the bind ones that do it. I see. Is it? What? Oh, it's a bind times 20% chance to inflict trust. I see. That's so weird. Very, very weird. What are you guys doing? I'm not gonna let you clash because that's a bad clash. I don't think I want to let you do something like that. Okay, do that.
우두께서도 저런 위험을 보이시며 되어야 할 것을 결정했었지요.
Shouts to trussing your enemies.
과거일 뿐이지.
One of my favorite activities.
월급 제일검도 자녀였던 내게 자랑할 만한 이유는 뭐 있더라고.
살을 베어내고
그래, 그게 정석이지. 행주야. 왜
Okay.
갑자기
No
아무것도
reinforcements or anything of that sort in this fight, so that helps
덧붙일 말이 없을 만큼
simplify
형제가
things.
유리해서 그랬습니다. 심심하시면 시라도 줄게 운이라도 띄울까요?
Sure, that works.
됐다. 조용히 있어.
변수가 이어졌다니 물어떨고 수밖에.
슬슬 목을 내놓으시죠. 배어냈어요. 흉터의 결과요.
귀아들이라면
오케이.
능히 이길 것이라 믿.
Cool, cool.
모두? 벌써 어딜 가십니까?
개갈 필요도 없어 보이니 방에 가서 세상
Another
돌아가는
event.
모습이나 보려 한다.
테레비나 보시겠다는 말 아닙니까?
Yeah, threaten that guy. He's being mean. You go tell him, Meursault.
미호스로
Okay, it's a heal. Sure. Well, last fight before we get to the actual boss. I don't think there'll be a cutscene for this one, probably. Probably just straight into the fight, right? Seems like it, yeah.
귀하들의 전투는 늘 남부를 불러오지. 기대하겠네.
Okay.
어디 기록 좀 볼까?
Try that.
차단.
Do a bit of assist defensing. See how that goes. Just for the sake of it. I haven't really been making use of the funny assist defense very much. Staggered.
순수히 오라를 돌아가기 싫다면
모두께서도 저런 위험을 보이시며 배워야 할 것을 볼 때도 있었지요.
과거는 과거일 뿐이지 본국 제1검조차 아니었던 내게 자랑할 만한 위용이 뭐 있다고.
미리 경제를 살피고 있었죠.
Wholesome.
이 반응은 적의 기세가 풀이 꺾인 것 같네만.
취하기라도 했는지 두는 수가 엉망이 됐더구나.
You're countering the... Whatever. You're countering the staggered guy. What do you even do? What a fraud.
전부
Something like that, that works.
돌아가기 싫다면
반듯한 일격이었어.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing about stuff like Ringmer is, like, he's one of those units that's very clearly, like, a weaker version of another unit we just have, right? I think there's sometimes where that's especially felt. The nice thing about this Hong Lu is, like, even if he is, like, very clearly, like, just, like, a 2-star that's been, like, just bumped up to 3 stars, like, he's very unique in the fact that he's got his own gimmicks and he's got, like, his own identity. And that really does add up a lot. Should be good. Alright. Base game. Yeah, his damage just seems really good in general. His passive gives him so much damage up in Pride teams. It's very nice, and especially since he's already got a really good Pride ego with Tremaine oneself. Just works pretty well in general. Okay, 1 HP. This guy bleeds to death. Yeah. Right. Okay. To the boss we go.
개갈 필요도 없어 보이니 방에 가서 세상 돌아가는
And
모습이나 보려 한다.
let's look at the clear statistics for this. Okay, you can do it in 5 turns with Blade Lineage. Wowie. Daring today, aren't we? Oh, this team benches Dawn instead of Otis, though. Interesting. Fascinating, fascinating.
주제 개시할게요.
Wonder if that's actually optimal or something, or who knows. Like a prey back against the cliff's edge, I am left bereft of paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. Misjudgments burgeon with contemplations harrow the mind indeed. Now all that remains to neutralize the one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know this place and its enemies are projections of your memories. Not the hardest guess to make, is it? I expect to find Im Gyung up there. Gyung Op was a woman of loyalty and principles. Even as a military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken in the end. I scoured the newspapers and TVs for anything I could find in the current state of S-Corp. It's plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is it not but a base of speculation your concerns grow uncontrollably? Never you spoken to us about such a monster as one in the past. Therefore, what lies before you is but a figment of the distortion reflected upon your memories. This Yop appears this monster does, Mentor? No. Yop wasn't like that. Yop. Still believe that Pipio Agro Industries deserves to die. Destruction's not the point. The point is I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avaricious, corrupted, and have it become a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current S-Corp. You know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer, floating down the river's flow to where the currents take him. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved faith. And the river continues to wind, carrying me back to, S-Corp, whence I had fled. Should I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? You think I'm satisfied with the way S-Corp is? But your method, as it goes now, goes against all the principles. Yeah. You enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone is to stay behind and bring change within the limits of their principles. They hope that one of those bends in the river of yours would float you back to knock on the gates of S-Corp once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You at least seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path, and stem the flow of this river evermore. Oh. Very well. The loss of the denial of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I, Yop, second order to the Salpipio Agencies, official of the sword, and intercommissioner of the royal court, shall uphold the command, and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate. Yep. Let's see how different this is. Very okay. Okay, it's still the same general gimmick, right?
어디 기록 좀 볼까?
Yeah, so we want to reduce it right now. Simple enough. You have a lot of skills. What are you guys doing? You're going for that, and you're going for that, sure. Probably a lot better options you guys could have gone for, but I mean, oh well. Who am I to judge, I guess? Who am I to judge? You can't clash anything. Okay, that's fun. Well, it'll just have to go through. Actually, I guess it doesn't have to go through because it'll be assist defense away. Oh, that's good then. Because you don't... Do you get assist defense? Only when they're below half, yeah. Oh, you're using defense actually right now. Okay, no, you have it right now. So we can just do that. And then she'll redirect it away anyways. Okay, immediately get your sword stacks down. It's more convenient this way. Thank you, Amga. I should look at the passives. I just immediately was like, yeah, it's the same thing. No, it's probably got some differences. The fact that she doesn't have minions is nice. I mean, it's more focused on actually dealing with her. And we can immediately find her, so that's hype. And now we can have Honglu spam his ego. All falls perfectly into place. Don't know what they're going to end up doing for like the second team, the Reflect Child though, because it'll obviously be Lineage into something else, but I don't know. Envy skills, heavy reset stuff. Yeah, fragile. Switches every 3 turns. Gonna take more damage from Kim. Cool. And get that rolling. We can also just get regret rolling if we want to. That's actually not a bad play. Just good stuff to have. The ticket in the exchange shop? I don't know what ticket. I didn't see anything strange. Is it not just a 10-pull ticket? The bleeder. Fortunately, can't really maintain bleeds super easily here. We almost did though. Remain one self time. The most important thing is just popping this once so we can get the thunder up so we can start getting higher thunderers. Yeah. That'll be good for the like a pride res turn. Okay. Delightful. Oh, that's not a. It's a profile banner, I think.
귀하들의 전투는 늘 낭부를 불러오지. 기대하겠네.
어디 기록 좀 볼까?
Let's see. We'll switch next turn, so I might just let this go through, so your sword goes up at the end of the turn. It's probably good, yeah. Sounds like a play. Might have a good pride turn. Yeah, next turn will be a good pride turn. Okay. Well, we'll plan then. Yeah, like that. Cool. She sure is quite tall. The giant armor, I'm not shocked. One of the passives in the previous fight against her kind of talked about how like the suit of armor is like kind of similar to like it's comparable to like an Corp like armor suit or like the big armor of like the Knights in the West. So it's definitely probably just with special armor to some degree. I should probably throw a Caligia sooner rather than later. I always forget to do that. Bow.
귀하들의 전투는 늘 낭부를 불러오지. 기대하겠네.
어디 기록 좀 볼까?
That should be pretty good. You can get that going. Do I trust that? Oh yeah, actually I do. Send that. That should be good. Big pride res. It'll hurt a bit. Oof. spooky. Luckily, your sanity's awful. That helps a lot. Oh, you got your ult skill 3, nice. Good damage. And then this is Higher Thunder to remain oneself, so that should be good.
곱게 접은 종이에 던졌으니 식구의 하늘 용이 되어 빈 벼루에 남았구나.
Yeah, it's fine. How close are you to getting your funny skill? Not super close. Yeah. And then we get Thor Calgia, so we can get that passively going now too. Delightful. Good for Pride Res stuff.
처음으로 숨통이 튀었던 순간을 기억하나요? 저는 지금이군요.
That's fine. Five paralysis hype on the negative 45 SP enemy. Better safe than sorry, right? Okay, surely we'll have a good time to lose a clash with Meursault soon. Oh, you've been staggered.
귀하들이 살끌리는 전투를 좋아하는 건 알겠는데, 그래도 살릴 수 있는 돌은 살리는 게 낫지 않나 싶군.
You're gonna yield your flesh against the bow, sure. Go off. Anything hype for you to yield your flesh against? No. Not really. Yeah, just random garbage type turn. That's fine. You're gonna regret that. Nice. Okay, and there's the funny skill. Is it this turn stagger? Seems like it could be. Yeah, definitely. We're doing a lot of damage. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Good job, Faust. That's... Okay. Alright. Maybe, maybe not. Unfortunately, we're gonna stagger her, but we're also gonna, like, have so many people stagger on our side that it's not gonna feel that great. The skill 2 does spend one of the trusts, but that should be fine. I don't really think it's much of an issue at all. Like, it just, we get the reuse from it, so I mean, it's a good effect.
왜 갑자기 아무 말도 안 된 건지 궁금하구나.
덧붙일 말이 없을 만큼 형세가
Yeah, I think it's just an attack with whatever garbage we got turn.
심심하시면 시라도 짓게 운이라도
Not super crazy, but oh well.
아니,
What can we do?
조용히 있어.
You get your skill 3-2 though, so that's good. Yeah. Skill 1 helps build the trust back up, so that's good. Really, everything that isn't skill 2 helps build the trust back up. It's pretty easy to maintain. You got a little bit of bleed. He's got a lot of HP as well, though, so
왜 갑자기 아무
it
말도 안
evens
된
up.
건지 궁금하구나.
덧붙일 말이 없을 만큼 형세가 유리해서 그랬습니다. 심심하시면 시라도
Oh, things
짓게
have switched
운이라도
around now. I
되어요.
need to lower it.
아니, 됐다.
I see.
조용히 있어.
Well, we send this and hope that debuffing makes a big enough difference to make a lot of those clashes much better. Oh, it didn't. Oh, there's a gimmick I missed. Oh, you're chilling? She's got some gimmick where she doesn't lose swords for the turn, huh? Luckily, I think we're mostly fine. I think some of these clashes may be less than favorable because of that, but it's honestly not too big of a deal, I don't think. Yeah, like, Dawn explodes, that's fine. She had it coming. This was expected. You might just die this turn anyways. Like, Sinclair is going to do a lot of damage, and he does win the clash. Especially that bleed damage, yeah. Cool. Well, that was pretty simple. She's not as powerful as I recall. He had weighted down by the brand. I'm not so far ahead or behind. I don't know. I think you're doing pretty well. Fairly light peer evenly matched yet. He's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. Bladework is far beneath him, seeing the end here, is he? Can you afford to look away at a duel? Ugh. What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword of mine than parry it away. Can have a proper sword fight without a blade lock, though, huh? By being the mentor of a syndicate and a military commissioner of S-Corp is neck to neck, clash to clash. Two warriors eventually lock their blades in contest of might before coming to close in a final fatal bout. The dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand, dead. That is what you want, I will grant it. Good, let's finish this. Just being beheaded Kim and Im Gyop Yong readied for their final bout. Ongdu leaped in between them. Ongdu! I'm really so ashamed that you choose death over life, mentor. You're so scared to live that you would rather die. Yes, I am. I'm scared. I'm terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of facing their face at me. My mission, my honor, my fellows, so my path isn't haunted by ghosts, as though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland, I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice, cut down my very fellows who chose to trust a fool like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, I saw blood-red traces everywhere I had gone. Isn't it about time I admitted this game cannot be one that... Mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor. The weakness in your heart has become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. Ongdu, thought you were here to talk me into keep on living. Yet your words pain me so. What weakness of yours is it this time, that you would cast away your own creed in life? What other weaknesses will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibility asked not of you. Lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, mentor. Does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another. Not a single soul demanded that of you. To talk about kicking a man when he's down. And I have had enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden that you cast upon your shoulders? None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you've always said to describe yourself? That you were but a butchering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands? Why, mentor, I know not what kind of shame and responsibilities a mere tool has, but you? Because I fail to see any. And the shame does not subside still, and shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours, and live on. Live on, so you may repay your debts. Out of blades, out of arrows. Even the heart that saw death lies defeated at your feet, with no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed. Alright. Hearing voices, are you? There's some merit in your words. I must retrieve the silly game stone to become a fiend of blades. Mentor? That is not what I said. Interesting. Whence did you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Ongdu and Im Gyop were knocked away by the bamboo-headed Kim as though bounced off by an invisible force. Kim raised his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. That's the voice. Your laugh moves was not a good one. Indeed, I did wish to become a blade. And what did you do? Forged me into an indiscriminate one that leads blindly to friend and foe both. It seems that, in your excitement, you've cornered yourself with that last move. Well, it seems as I've had the opportunity to retrace our past moves. Allow me to try something different this time. Ah, be not so vexed by this round. As you say, we never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice. But let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time, innit? He ain't distorted, and I think that's an efflorescence, perhaps. Nothing is for certain indeed, yet I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears. I'm but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not what this move is, what cements my defeat, but I desire to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I'll take what encouragement I can. The strained invisible pressure dissipates and the armored woman, Gyop, readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her, and I saw the weighty shadow seem to lift from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. But embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. And I suppose you will be okay with that? Of course. Hide from heaven's gaze, this hat I wore. An empty boat, it bore my friends along. In bamboo veiled, we drift from shore to shore. With wine, I don my hat to watch blooms throng. In mirth, I doff that shroud to moon adore. So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, the winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. He to me, bamboo-hatted one, speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. But to call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world, how to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch.
귀하들이라면 능히 이길 것이라 믿.
Hype. Photographs rapidly fold away from reality, perhaps because Kim has successfully managed to face his own past. And the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the Fathoms are pulled away, there remains a man in dirty, ragged clothing. Fathoms and F Corp slowly lose grip on this world, soon reveal the Fathoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. See residents of the backstreets and their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker, always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. You want a stroll? What you get from those cans is not real. Is everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end so that you can get high on fake person experiences nailed into a can? That's all your life is, my life, and the photographs I've taken are all... No, it can't be. My life. The experiences and memories I photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experiences of fake experience without a care about the real thing. That's why you're floundering, gasping at illusions. So, let me show you the things I've shot. The memories. The experiences. The reality of your lives. It's only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Meursault's face. I reflected upon the events of today, and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either canned experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Meursault? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them? I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But I knew the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Meursault. Huh? Figure appears in dehumanized form swirling out of the projector. He must be the Distortions. Next to him is another figure stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. But blimey, that thing's still alive! It's but an overlay of fathoms created within a distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet faint does she grow, to be the Distortion's power is waning. Hark, accused one, for these your crimes. Crime of fomenting chaos in a foreign wing while impersonating Chunokuns of Salpipio Agro Industries. Crime of exploiting the suffering of Salpipio Agro Industries downtrodden as a mere veil for one's own fathoms. And, though maybe a part of reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accused is to be sentenced to death by beheading. And before we even had the chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on the docugrapher's neck, decapitating him. Huh. I mean, yeah. Fair enough. Can entity of the fathoms slay one outside it? Then this is here for never absurd, but as it's happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say yes. Young Yop is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end had she truly been here. The headless body of the inflection point crumbled to the floor, and Young Yop's shape slowly phases out of reality. We found ourselves back in the projection room. And there... No way, don't tell me that headless corpses... Found a large group of injured N-Corp staff thrown pell-mell around the room, and Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the docugrapher. Do we get a story note after this? I assume so. Feels like a weird place to end it.
돌아오고 있어요.
Yeah, the subject.
뒤틀림에서 다시 사람의 형상으로. 살수의 방식으로는 절대 도달하지 못했을 결과일 테죠.
Yep, right on. Gotcha, team leader. And that's the initial report done. Good work, guys. Tugging our radio back in, Ezra commended us in a relieved voice. The distortions perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, that kind of sucks, but not like you guys can help it. We would have thought the distortion would kill its own inflection point. If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but, well, that's it for the LCD and team leader investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success since we managed to eradicate the distortion from N-Corp, not to mention satisfying our client. Also, as I looked towards Ongdu and Kim with a lighthearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. I finally know you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know, but you don't seem to have any more reason to, though, so it's all good. I mean, that's the real win of the mission in my book. Phewie! Point is, we did it. We did the thing, it's done. Gosh, I swear I'm never doing one of these with the team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. And the responsibility of looking after our LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high strength throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed, but the pros finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide by any more of your indolence. You'll now join us on missions and tasks we were expected to. Is that understood, mentor? Ongdu, would you remind of releasing the hem of my sleeve? I wouldn't give it a lie down and pass out right about now. The raw motion Kim's voice had like was faded, and with Ongdu's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the fathoms, it seemed to me the two were back to the more relaxed selves I knew. I can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim, though. That's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen. In any case, fine, you're released. You gave me a good, hard shake. I don't feel so good. Say, Ongdu, I'm afraid they might have gone overboard with upgrading your arm. But your ham release allowed me to reiterate that. Stop. My hair finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. Hang on, mate. I've got a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right back into place for you. Let me have taken care of similar injuries in the field. Yeah, and guess what happened the last time I let you do that? You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way and turned the bones of my shoulder into little chips. Don't sweat, I can rewind that. By now I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding the sinner's injuries. Dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. I want to ask thee a clarification if thou wilt. Yeah? Dost thou recall how, as we battled the N-Corp's pin frame team, the foes have taken photographs of us? And? They are the ones who were sent to identify and capture the one who violated taboo, forsooth? As we stood in the path, 'tis no mystery why we had come to blows. It finds it most perplexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they're taking photographs to report their locations? Recording footage is taboo in N-Corp, meaning they can't install security cameras here. One often are keeping consistent record when tracking down a case or a person is by photographs. Then words hold water, yet... Most puzzling, forsooth. I must recall with clarity that, at a certain point, they began photographing us with renewed obsession. Oh hey, that sounds like a question for Meursault. I don't have to rely on the information Meursault to provide me this mission. I think I've got enough practice on how to phrase my questions the right way and pull the answers I need from him. Couldn't get him to tell us his own judgment that matters, but it seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen. Meursault, do you remember any pictures of us the N-Corp staff took? I do. 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of times they shot us? I do. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. Did you get the chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Oh, who is it? Who is it, me? I make a refined model if I do say so myself. No, it wasn't you. It was me. Huh? But why? I mean, what's the most likely reason it was you? At the moment I heard the sound of pebbles crunching on our boots approaching us louder and louder. He's being arrested. What the heck? And Corp. Ah, dang it, are you here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen, we had to because of the distortions, see? So as you said, this occurrence was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus provides a customer damage compensating program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters as you first. Yes, we'll understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation as you have recommended. We're here on different business, so if you would be so kind as to let us speak. Different business? They're here to arrest me, manager. Hold on, Meursault, let's hear them out. Wait, what? Meursault did not resist. He walked past to join the clear prevent Corp employees. Please confirm you, Meursault, formerly one who nails. Oh god. And a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Majesty headquarters. Oh boy. Confirmed. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from N-Corp with imprisonment as a penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 of the eviction regulations, you have been remaining in the position for more than 6 hours and be subject to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory, your training, and abilities have not been expunged and you are of sound mind to recall it in its entirety. Confirmed. Very well. Then, in keeping with the regulations, I hereby notify that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop. Yeah, one of nails is interesting. We knew, because we were, like, I think the Dante's notes talks about the fact that, like, N-Corp kind of has the hammer and the nail. And, of course, we see plenty of the hammer in Canto 3, right? Cromer is the one who grips, the one who holds the hammer, and you got the gross hammer, middle hammers, like, Klein hammers, all that sort of thingy. We don't really know much about the nails as, like, an alternate faction, though, but Meursault potentially being formerly the one who nails means he had some degree of connection to them. Whatever that ends up being. What the hell is going on? Wait, forget all that. Didn't know this would happen, Meursault. Meursault stood calmly behind his back with his arms behind his back as the N-Corp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Then why the heck didn't you warn? It was less a question, more a reflex, but I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Right. Never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say you should have warned us earlier, but you replied, I will follow the instruction going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject now in custody. From this moment onward, you're considered a suspect and will be transported to N-Corp headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization does the suspect is a part of? Organized, you're RC. What in the bloody hell do you think you're... Heathcliff, you're about to antagonize N-Corp, a wing. In the absence of a reasonable justified cause, such as a contract, engaging in battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. The Emirates will twiddle their thumbs while they drag him away. This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Another development that was set in stone. It's better calm and collected explanation. Gell is not a pleasant situation for Faust either. She's sending an uncomfortable glance at the N-Corp's employees. So where are you taking him? A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Meursault into custody. Looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. Late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Huh. Very interesting. Meursault, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place on any ordinary day. Oh boy. They certainly set that up pretty concisely. The jailbird. Oh, we've got a pretty solid idea as to what the contents of Canto 10 are gonna be. That's for sure. Yeah, very nice Intervallo all in all. A lot of fun. The Kim lore is very funny. As scary it was to see this at first, yeah, I like Kim a lot more now.
칼이 부러지고
귀하들이라면 능히 이길 것이랍니다. 잠시
그래 그게 좀
반듯 유리의 부위가 깨어져 나가 반듯한 유리해진 것은 맛이나 계속 추풍낙엽.
Yeah, just kind of yapping. Very funny. Love to see it. Can't wait till we get the LCD like Kim ID in like a year, since they love doing that. So wholesome. Yeah, it is late. So good enough place as any to call it. You know, we've covered all the important stuff. I'll go through the update stories in my own time. It is too late for me to bother with that. Good interval though. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you guys next time. Bye bye.